Good evening. Welcome to the Board of Commissioners' regular workshop meeting. It is Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025, and it is 6 p.m. City Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Brooks,
Here.
Vice Mayor Taglerini,
Here.
Commissioner Kerr,
Here.
Commissioner McGeehan,
Here.
Commissioner Gabayi.
Here.
All are present.
Public comment. Public participation is encouraged. If you are addressing the commission, step to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and the organization or group you represent. Please limit your comments to 5 minutes and do not include any topic on the agenda. Public comment on agenda items will be allowed when they come up. If you would like someone at the city to follow up on a comment or question made at the meeting, you may fill out a comment card with the contact information and give it to the city manager. Comment cards are available at the back table in the commission chambers. Completing a comment card is not mandatory. Do we have any public comment? With no public comment, we will move on to the agenda. I would like to ask the commission if it is okay with everyone to move up item 6 to ahead of item 5. So we would move all of the community development items up and present those. Is everyone okay with that?
Do we need a motion?
No. You okay with that? Okay. So first on the agenda is City Attorney, Ordinance 2025-07.
Thank you, Mayor. Recently, the Florida Legislature adopted a state statute. The state statute provided that the minimum age for employment at adult use establishment is going to be 21 years of age as of January 1st. As a direct result of that change in the statute, I think it's appropriate to update our code. And so this ordinance, 2025-07, was created for the specific purpose of addressing that state statute. In addition to that, you'll see that I've added some additional language, which is similar to what other cities are doing around the state. And that is to make sure that there is no one under the age of 18 in the adult entertainment establishment. No one can remain if they're under the age of 18 in that establishment, and no one under 18 is allowed to purchase goods or services in that establishment. That's in addition to the requirement that you have to be at least 21 years of age to work there. So I'd be happy to answer any questions for you, but to me, this is just kind of a housekeeping ordinance to come in compliance with the state statute.
Do we have any public comment? Commission? Yes.
Just to confirm, we don't have any adult entertainment establishments on our island at this point, right? This is for moving forward.
I don't know the answer to
Oh.
that question.
We
It's-
currently do not have any.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could we prohibit adult entertainment establishments?
No, we cannot.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's been asked before, but I just want to bring it up.
Comments?
No comment.
Comments? No comments.
Right.
Thank you. Next on the agenda will be community development, post-hurricane update, recovery, rebuilding, permitting, FEMA, and FDIM.
So Mayor and Commission, again, Robin Gomez, City Manager. I do want to thank you again, Mayor and Commission, for your continued support, and certainly want to thank all our staff as we look to get our city back up and as even better looking than before, get residents back into and businesses back into their structures, back into their homes and businesses. Just an update over community development staff will speak here in just a few moments. I wanted to go over the recovery and rebuilding. We'll go over in an item later in the agenda over all of the damage to city property in some little bit more detail. We continue, as I think all of you are aware, with providing in-person hours 2 days a week and 2 Saturdays a month additionally for folks to come in person and ask any questions, go through their permitting, look at any substantial damage, everything relating with trying to essentially put their house back together, their structure. In so doing, we continue to produce the data of the statistics on the number of permits, the number of substantial determinations, and we continue, let me see if I can pull that up on. We continue posting that on the city's website and on our Facebook page. So I know we were just over, and I don't know, Marcy, if you wanted to add, but we were just over 1,090 determinations that have been issued. We've processed we've received over 1,700 applications, and I think we've issued over 1,000 total permits between residential, commercial. So we continue to post that at least weekly on our website and on the city's Facebook page. So I'll turn it over to Marcy and Jenny.
Thank you. Marcy Forbes, Community Development Engineer. And to Robin's point, yes, we're well over 1,000 determination notifications that have been issued, and they're going out every day, provided we have the data we need, but they've been going out nonstop since we've started doing that. So that's continuing. We still have several hundred more to go. I believe a large majority of those are going to be people who weren't necessarily impacted and have, post-firm homes. So those kind of come into that count. And some of them are probably going to be people who are still deciding whether they want to tear down, elevate, and stuff like that. So those we'll start getting more of those going out as well with our next sub-consultant data dump, which I'm hoping will come sometime this week and give us some more additional properties. Other than that, we're also doing the SD determinations with city staff as well. So those never stop being calculated and issued. We're also at a point now where, like last time, we have every ball in the air. So we're taking in permits, approving permits, processing permits, doing inspections, doing determinations. So everything is kind of on the table. We are getting the support from Workforce Group. They're off-site, so we've been sending them appraisals for review, and that's been going really well. They reviewed and approximately 104 to date. 75% of those passed without issue. 25% came back with minor comments, which go back to the applicant to work with the appraiser to correct. And most of those are usually pretty minor. They're also starting to intake cost estimates and help us review those. I believe there's about 25 in the queue that actually are coming back to us now with comments that we're reviewing and getting out to the residents. And other than that, it's a heavy lift, as we all know, but we've been nonstop since, and we continue to have, full support from you guys, the city manager, all the staff that's made themselves available to participate, as well as FDM helping with the sub-consultants that we've been provided with. So with that, I'll answer any questions you guys may have.
Do we have any public comment? Please.
Good evening, neighbors. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Yarisi Valero, and my address is 13206 4th Street East, Madeira Beach. I am a homeowner. It's going to be 9 years since I bought my little house, my dream house, my retirement house. I am here today to share my experience on the permitting process. So all of you are aware of what I'm going through. Obviously, some of us have had better experience than others, but I can only speak to my experience. I submitted my demo permit on October 17, and I was given a document that approved me to move forward with the demo. However, there was no notice that that document was there, so I didn't discover it until a few weeks later. I finally moved forward with the demo that I had to do on November 2nd. On November 11, I submitted pictures as it was requested by this city. November 18, I received a note that the pictures were okay, that they were accepted. And from that point on, that I had to wait for the substantial damage to be determined. Then, on December 18, I came here in person to get help with the documents because that's when you started bringing in-person help. And unfortunately, I was told that they couldn't help me with the documents because I had to wait for my substantial determination letter before we could move forward, do anything. So I went home. I'd like to point out that I am a full-time employee. I am a registered pharmacist. I'm a healthcare provider. And as you may know, the pandemic for us was really, really hard. And this makes me think a lot of that, even though it's not sickness, but our community is sick. We are mentally tired and exhausted. I didn't get my letter of determination until January 3rd. At that time, I had already paid for a private appraisal, FEMA certified private appraisal, and was uploaded to my permit November 15. It was already there. I was hoping that this was going to avoid my substantial damage letter because it was significantly high. Unfortunately, the letter on January 3rd said that my house was substantially damaged. That same day, I sent a note asking to please provide me with the worksheet and how this determination was done. I didn't get that information. So I decided to send a letter, an email. No, on January 7th, I sent an email requesting the details of that determination. I still don't have it. January 13, forgive me, apologize. January 13, I submitted again an email asking for this determination to be sent to me. And I still, as of today, when I left work around 4:30, I still don't have that determination. And again, I'm only providing this information so you understand the length of my process. On January 5th, apologies, I received the review of my appraisal cash value, January 17, telling me that there was something that needed to be corrected. I immediately sent it to the responsible party that did the appraisal. They corrected it. By the end of that same day, January 17 was last Friday, I had submitted the results or the correction. And as of today, I have not heard anything back from my permit. So I am here to share this timeline with you because we need a timeline. I need to know how many more months I'm gonna be paying my mortgage and not use my house. I don't rent my house. This is my second home, but I don't rent it. This is my mental health house. I live closer to work from this place than my other house. So I spend a lot of time here. And as of today, again, I have my insurance claim is final. It was final the week before Christmas. I received my check. I have everything lined up. I have submitted everything to my knowledge because I have not been notified that the interior permit has been, nothing else has been reviewed. So I don't know if I'm missing something. I would like to know. I don't know. I'm just waiting.
Thank you for coming and
So,
sharing.
I know my time might be up, but I wanted to share this information with you. We need a timeline. That's why I'm here. And I am the one that's been doing a spreadsheet showing all your progress. And today's shows from last report, you had 7 interior permits completed. At that pace, I don't know when we're gonna be done. Our homes are gonna be damaged again in the next hurricane season if we continue at this pace. Respectfully, of course, I hope you get the message.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Do we have any additional public comments? No. Commission, comments? Questions for Marcy?
Marcy, do we prepare a detailed, how the substantial damage, was arrived at? Is there a detail? Is that possible?
So that's varied. When we do them in-house, we do have the data report that we utilize to provide to people. And originally, when the sub-consultants were providing us with the determinations, we would get a bit of the breakdown. Over the last, I'd say, month and a half or 2 months, that the submittals do not include the breakdown. They will just give the address. They give some information, but as far as numbers go, they give you like 76.7% damaged. And I believe what's driving that is because the subconsultant is dealing with every municipality in Pinellas County. So when they have to scrub the data and put it in a shareable format, it's very robust and overwhelming. So they had to scrub it and get it down to be able to get to us. And what we try to encourage people to do is the percentage breakdown is a large elemental viewpoint. It looks at your foundation, doors, windows, cabinets, interior finish, exterior finish, things like that. It doesn't go through and say, I think you have X amount of square foot of drywall. I think you have 2 vanities. I think you have, it doesn't give people that level of detail. So I encourage them to just give us the substantial packet breakdown with the cost to return your home to its pre-storm condition. I will not be comparing it line for line with how they substantially damaged you, because it's based on a flood depth damage curve that basically says if you got 2 feet of water, your element is this % damaged. What we've done, because we did have homeowners upload pictures and stuff like that, we were able to oftentimes at intake, if the subconsultant did say a property was substantially damaged, first thing we try to do is go see if they've submitted documents that would overturn that, reverse that, support that in any way. And we try to catch that on the front end before issuing a determination. It's overwhelming right now, obviously, the amount of data we have in, so mistakes are made, and, some of the documents get lost in all of the submittals. But we do have the breakdown for some, for others we simply don't. We just have a percentage. And again, like I said, I just want people to tell me the cost to return their home to what it was pre-storm, and not to get too hung up on those numbers, because I'm not going to compare your submittal to that breakdown necessarily.
Thank you for that.
Excuse me, Marcy. If I recall from a previous meeting, the independent appraisals that you receive, they need to be in a certain format to be approved by FEMA, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They have to be in an ACV format, and there's very particular guidelines to that, and there's some very specific things that have to be addressed and worded correctly and selected correctly to be accepted.
Is the process to, when you get an address and you work on an address, that you try to work on that address completely all the way through? Or is it the process when you get a private appraisal in, that hits the top of the pile, so you can quickly review it and get that information back out to the residents saying if it's sufficient or it's insufficient due to the FEMA guidelines? Is that which process is your team work? How do they work?
So right now, if we receive an ACV appraisal and it's filled out and comes with the ACV checklist and everything like that, we are sending several of them out to the subconsultants, who are typically getting back to us within 5 business days. It's a little quicker, but just to be on the safe side, 5 business days. And we also can review them internally. So we can kind of, depending on the workload at that moment for us, whether it's better for us to just go ahead and send it out while we continue with other stuff. But if we get the appraisal and we review it, then we take it as far as we can at that moment in time with that address. So once we get the appraisal, if we can review it, supply that data, and apply it towards the determination and reverse the determination, we do that immediately. Or if we can apply it to the determination before it's even been released, we'll apply it, recalculate it, and then submit the determination based on the new data that came from the ACV appraisal. So once we touch something, and this is because it's hard to go back and forth with properties, if we can get something and get it across the finish line, that's been, our marching orders.
Okay, I'm still a little
Mhm.
unclear because you've got, not throwing any stones, believe me,
Mhm.
you guys are awesome. Just trying to understand the process because I know that you were inundated with 1,700 properties that you had to visit and inspect and whatnot. It's just that once we did figure out the process, because I know there was a lot of back and forth on figuring out how we're gonna do this. And, I guess just want to make sure that, I can't think of the term, but so to be able to fast track each one instead of, okay, we're finished with this property, now we can look at this one that we received 2 weeks ago. So there's a 2-week
Right.
delay. So I think you answered that, that's not what's happening.
It's not, yeah, that's not what's happening because we have so many things at so many different phases. It's pretty much everybody's participating at every phase. So once something gets submitted into the system and is accepted and toggled over, we have put in better checks and balances to catch the documents as they're coming in and figuring out how to get them to the right person the quickest, to not have what she's experiencing here,
Right.
which was disappointing to hear, and I do apologize for that. So, and so there were some of the earlier properties from the November, October timeframe, we were still trying to figure out how to, we have a new permitting software that has never been utilized in this capacity for us. So some of it was understanding how to best utilize that software, given the high quantity of data, how it allows us to take in the data to send out notifications. So it was, it was a bit of that. I think it's echoed throughout, most all the communities trying to figure out how to deal with the inundation, and then manage that with the software, whatever community is using to
Wow.
kind of
What-
integrate all that and make it expeditious and
What
have
I
checks and
hear,
balances.
what I hear from the community is that it's been a long process. Everyone understands. Most people that I talk to now that they have everything they need from the city. They have their permits. You state you still have several hundred to go, but that's expected. Is there anyone on staff that, communication's key, that is responding to emails, that's what they do? Maybe not someone that's reviewing all the data, but someone, more at a front desk that's just at least trying to be responsive. I know then that gets into a debate, and that's difficult. Once you respond, then there's a response right back, and I understand the conversation, but communication's key. So just thank you for what you're doing. I know it's not easy, but it's frustrating on both ends, I understand, so.
And yeah, the frustration lives with me. So,
You have the open hours, make sure that, so that's always, when you're not getting a response, and I don't direct that to anyone, I direct that to everyone. Please take advantage of the open hours and come in and talk about your case. So,
and yeah, and so with regards, to the emails, those emails and phone calls have been definitely the most difficult. But anybody who's communicating with Joe, you're going to get emails from him at 11:15 at night. My phone's
Right.
constantly dinging with so he's really good about blocking time off specific to doing nothing but setting aside time to respond to emails. So as a team, we are trying to do better about kind of divvying those emails up and helping each other respond to those. But I will say that's one of the weakest spots we've had, is doing the work and then keeping up the day-to-day communications and the back and forth. And I'd mentioned it last time, so this time, we are going to go to a more robust permitting process where you can walk in and walk out, hopefully with a permit. So we got some computers today that got set up. We should hope to have 6 working stations for the residents, designed to help get them through this process. So the goal is, if you come in, we can get you out with a permit. And we just feel like now we have much more data than we did at the beginning, much further along in the process and understanding, just just the quantity of data and the information needed. So we are working with that. Hopefully next week we'll be able to start kind of providing those services. And once we do kind of figure out what that's going to look like, we will get that posted on the website for the residents.
Every meeting, you've got more information and more things you're doing and advances you're making, either people or now equipment, and appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you.
I do want to thank Pinellas County. They met with us on Thursday. They took a little bit of time out of their day to walk us through their permitting process, how their people were filling out the paperwork, how they were optimizing their open permit process. So it gave us a lot of reassurance on how we could approach it and be successful. We asked them, any cautionary tales and what they would do different, better. And I think we all agree, faster and sooner would have been good. So we'll go into this hurricane season with that. But yeah, Pinellas County was very, very kind to let us go sit with them and kind of learn from their operation.
Additional comments?
Marcy, I know you have been working very, very hard every time I come to visit. You guys doesn't matter what time of the day it is. Could you just let the public know how many hours a week you put in, just general terms? So they know when, we're really at this, you're really working very hard.
It's probably close to 70, but like this week it was 57. I worked all day Sunday, most of Monday. Yeah, always. Even when I'm not working, I'm trying to figure out how to get better at Excel. So I'm taking Excel and stuff to figure out how to take the data quicker and better. So, and that goes true for the whole team.
It's really commendable what you and the whole team has been doing during all this hurricane season. I know we were not very educated early on, and I know you had to quickly bring yourselves up to a point where you could address and take care of all the permitting in the neighborhood. Moving forward, what would help you help the citizens? What are some of the issues that you, with the boots on the ground, have found out and figured out and you would need some help on?
So the biggest thing is recognizing the substantial damage aspect of it early on and what's required of those inspections. Those would have, and having the data, having the property to exist in a format by which I pull up to your address and I log into my software and it pops up your property, the logistics of your property and your information, such that I can go ahead and start putting in what I think your substantial damage information is going to be and be able to render a more real-time report. So I'm already working with FDM. One of my requests several weeks ago was a data analyst. And with that came Workforce Group, and they do have a more interactive software that acts just like the FEMA software or the SDE tool that's provided by FEMA, but is much more it's much more current. It's much more user friendly. It's more adaptable. So that is the first step that I've already taken to be able to have that information that we've already collected for all of the properties and everything like that into a database where we get to go in and say, okay, here's your substantial damage now. Here's your permit workflow, and give it someplace to live and exist such that we can add data, manipulate the data that we get and make it just a little more of a living document that we can interact with. So that's the first thing, and that's one of the things that, like I said, we're already working on. So that's happening in the background by a sub-consultant. It's not taking away any time from staff. The other thing is a post-catastrophe org chart where maybe rec doesn't become rec anymore. They switch over to planning and zoning. Like I mentioned before, doing quarterly training to remind everybody about the software. Once we start working in it, how does it work? And we'll have a lot more teams on the ground who are much more knowledgeable. The one thing you can't teach people is to care about the community they're in and the work that they're doing. And that was one of the best things about taking in rec is we already had people who loved this community, who cared about this community, were taking care of the kids in this community. So that effort was there. So I think creating a post-catastrophe org chart where things kind of switch up, rec doesn't worry about, confirming with Jay where they're going. They know they're going to pop in and talk to Marcy and Jenny and Frank and figure out what they have to do for the next 2 weeks. So I think there's little things like that that are easy, not easy, but things that we can do real time with staff that we have. And those are the kind of things that I'm thinking about that we'll be doing and that I know we're 5 months away from needing to be prepared to do.
Your work has been commendable. I hope the community sees that and hears it. You have been right there with your team, long hours trying to help. So I hope that the community can hear that and acknowledges that. Thank you.
You spoke earlier about meeting with the county. Are there any county officials helping you with the inspections right now?
So the support that we really received from the county was they really helped all the municipalities kind of come together and be able to utilize a resource that they had already started with FDM to get, which was title-based in the subconsultants. We were able to do one of the interlocal agreements or whatever you call them to be able to also hop on board with that mission request. So the support we did get came through kind of like them formulating the mission request and then helping trickle it down to us. So the county's been very instrumental in kind of everything that they've done and everything they've initiated with FEMA and obviously the staff that they've had. We've all had meetings and learned and grown from what everybody's doing. So anytime, let's say Lisa Foster would do a mission request, she would be sure to share with us the verbiage she used and what she was requesting so that we as a municipality could then make our own mirrored request and get that same support. So that's really where the county has been just instrumental in what we've been doing because as a small community, we don't have nearly the same bandwidth that they do. Not that, it's hard for them as well, but they do have a lot more staff and stuff. So they've been instrumental in making that available to us. But as far as county employees participating in the city in any sort of inspection meetings or anything like that, that's kind of not what's really happening, nor expected, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are doing a great job, by the way. Thank you very much. Also, real quick, the last meeting when the senator was here and we were talking about the pre-storm hurricane season and following, what do you see us doing as far as the community next year before hurricane season, getting our ducks in the row, what we have learned and what we can do further to help our community?
I think like one of the biggest things is going to be getting in quicker and getting the data going quicker. So that'll go back to us kind of doing quarterly boot camps, getting people trained up on the software, learning how to identify damages and things like that. So that's going to be one of our biggest things, and using staff that we have readily available. That way, by the time we do get to sub-consultants, because Helene stressed the entire system, right? Not just Florida. It went up through, so usually Florida gets hit, we can pull sub-consultants from the Carolinas or Georgia. Everybody got hit, so it stressed the whole system. So the first thing we got to do is get all available staff trained and ready to go and help in any capacity that they can. So that's going to be one of the first things. And then with that, sharing information, how the best way to share information. Some of the biggest questions we had regarding the permitting process. We'll be a lot clearer about that up front, understanding better, how our system works under this kind of stress. So things like that I think will go a long way, but it's going to start in the very beginning. The data collection. I have way too many workbooks right now because we just didn't understand the data that would be coming in and how it needed to be captured and reiterated and reported to the community such that it meant something. So data collection will be done a lot differently. But I think it's going to start from the day after the storm, having 20 people show up here, get their vest and go. So
Fantastic. Thank you, Marcy.
I think that it is worth noting that when Hurricane Helene hit, we didn't have a playbook from FEMA to follow. And so our employees and the city of Madeira Beach has been very fluid. Marcy has been the leader of that, and I'm so grateful we have her. It's disappointing to hear that someone has emailed the city and not received a response, so that's very disappointing. I've seen so many emails, so it makes me sit here and wonder, well, why wouldn't somebody respond? But that's for digging in for another day. I do think that when we get to starting the one-on-ones, you said next week, hopefully? I was hoping that they were going to start last week.
yeah,
Wishful thinking
we
on
were-
my part, I suppose.
Yeah, I think we underestimated the supplies or the infrastructure we were going to need to be successful at that. And I thought it would have made everything harder had we not just paused a little bit and made it better to function better.
I think that, I'm certain that once we start doing that, it is going to be such a super help for residents to be able to come in. And my understanding is you'll come in, you'll have all your paperwork. If there's something and you'll sit with someone, if there's something that you need to do, they're going to tell you what that is. You can go off to the side and do that, come back. I think the only issue we're going to have is that it could be overloaded to where residents might wait in line. I know that in St. Pete, sometimes the line, it's 7 hours that they spend there. And so I think there'll be a challenge there in if we get more people that show up one day, that if they can't be seen before the day is over, that they somehow are first in line for the next day that we open, so that the residents are afforded the opportunity to get that help. But I do think that that is going to be just a vital next step for us. And I do want to commend the staff that you have been fluid and you have constantly, every meeting we've had, something new has been told to us that staff is doing. And so I'm grateful for that. So thank you.
Mayor, if I could add, I just wanted to go over quickly some of in the discussion now, the statistics that, we've received 1,790 permit applications as of this morning. We have 597 that are under review, 252 commercial, 345 residential. We have issued 1,193 permits, 221 commercial, 972 residential. As we said earlier, 1,028 substantial damage determination letters have been submitted. We are, essentially more than halfway through the process. The in-person schedule, and I have it up on the screens, which continues, we have averaged about 35 to 40 individuals. Lots of questions, staff being very, very patient, providing a wealth of information, helping people from step one through the very end. In the last month, the majority, and we've also addressed probably an average of about 20 people per day just in the front lobby. And I've spoken with quite a few of them. In the last month alone, the majority of them are not year-round residents. Not that that matters, but there is a little bit of a difference between somebody who has been living here and those that it's either a second home, a vacation, or a rental. They seem to have a little bit less of the knowledge of the process. So back to the question, I think Commissioner Gouveia and McGee, and what we can do is somehow get that information out even more to every property owner, every address that we can find, so that they are made aware of what the risks are for living out here, but also what happens in this situation, which is the first time it's happened to this extent. We have our processes even in October were to go door to door to place information on getting and filling out your permits. We understand that if you live in Ontario, Canada, you're not here. So we need an address to get you that information somehow. This city has held, like many other cities, a Hurricane Expo every either April or May, where a lot of information is disseminated. I recall Jenny Rowan, the first one that I attended, Jenny Rowan's our community development director, discussed the FEMA 50% rule, what it was and what to do and how you can make sure that your structure of value is where it should be. Now, did Jenny spend 20 minutes explaining that? No, it was about a minute. But how we can get more information out there, and we do have an item later on information dissemination, how the city provides information, but we will definitely continue to do that. People who do come in, walk-ups, if they've said, hey, I've emailed, I've called, we take your information right there, we'll get you what you need to do. We've had repeats for our in-person, quite a few of them. Those have started to diminish because I don't want to see, it's nothing personal, I don't want to see them keep coming back here because that means we haven't resolved what they need to get. So we are obviously getting significantly better, whatever information they may need. It's, as has been stated and you've heard, we will continue to do that. Anybody has any questions, by any means, they can call the city manager, they can call well, maybe not call directly Marcy, they're busy. Come here in person, we will address whatever they have. What we have been finding is a lot of people have been calling and going elsewhere. Not a problem, but that's not going to resolve what you really need to have resolved unless we hear about it. And yes, we will make sure that every email, every phone call is returned as quickly as possible. Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda is rebuilding Madeira Beach.
Justin Keller with, oh wait, that's not Justin.
Yeah.
Justin Keller, excuse me, the Advanced Engineering.
How you doing? Justin Keller with Advanced Engineer. I'm here with Cody Stewart, our Director of Resilience and Sustainability. So the last time we were here to talk to you, we had the opportunity to share our findings for the watershed management plan. We talked about, a bit of the, let's say, nuts and bolts about how we prepared the plan, and we got into some of the bigger picture discussions, which were as the tidal challenges that we experience today continue to be exacerbated. One of the strategies that we talked about was the strategic utilization of fill, essentially bringing in earth to elevate structures and to elevate roads. Based upon some of the admittedly very early feedback from the commission and some of our additional discussions with staff, we came up with the document that you see before you, which is more or less a proposal to start to work with the city on some of these big challenges that are ahead of us. Really, to kind of break down some of the immediate work tasks that we see to where we can, provide a benefit is really just, I think overall the tone of the proposal is support. We want to support the city as far as in plan review. We want to support the city in standardizing some of the construction details and standardizing other items that I think there's a desire to, let's say, develop standards and move forward. And then also to do a detailed assessment about what would be needed to support future endeavors, future resiliency initiatives that the city may want to pursue down the line. So certainly I do want to reinforce that, this is not a commitment to picking a path, so to speak. But what this does is this will allow us to support the city in kind of the immediate challenges that will likely be faced during the rebuild, and then also provide a clearer picture about what some of the options may look like from a big picture standpoint moving forward.
Do we have any public comment? Commission?
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Justin, I'm sorry. I
Okay.
thought you had a question. Just a quick question, Mayor, if that's okay. Last time you were here, Justin, you had recommended the minimum parking garage to be at 7.2,
Mhm.
if I remember correctly, and that's a very good number. Anything above 7 would be good. And of course, the roadway, if we go to build the units right now, apartments, homes, whatever, at 7.2, which is, basically, I agree with that. Now you have a roadway that it's at 5 or 4, and you'd have to slope up very steep to get to your parking. It certainly would be a good idea to see if we can look into raising some of the roadways if it's not adversely affecting some of the other units that are to remain at the lower elevation. So
Mhm.
just don't know how you'd want to address that challenge.
Well, certainly, you're spot on recognizing it is a challenge. I think anytime, without being dramatic, but anytime we talk about, kind of resiliency and what a coastal community will face moving forward, it's going to be a challenge. And that's just the reality of it, no matter who's involved in that. Now, part of what we want to try to establish within kind of the framework of what's before you are, what are the goals? What are the expectations? What's a reasonable, let's say, a rung to reach for as far as some of the low road elevations, some of the garage elevations? That's really what we want to prepare, is we want to come back to you with formal recommendations. And now, I shared some of our experiences with other communities and kind of where we ended on the elevation spectrum. And, certainly for a roadway, what we've looked at, like between 5 to 5.5. We want to make sure that we, without overthinking it, that we more or less provide a recommendation that's based upon really the current framework you have, and then start to look at what we would need to do in order to implement a more programmatic approach to elevating structures, elevating roadways, as we continue to pursue capital improvement projects and such.
Thank you.
So, but yes, the recognition is that, nobody wants to drive up a 45-degree incline to get to their structure, so.
I do. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Don't go away.
Oh, okay, all right, man.
Thank you, you could leave.
Yeah. All right.
So the way I understand it, with the handout that Robin was able to provide prior to the meeting, so we have a quote, basically a proposal from your firm, and that with the meetings scheduled and the deliverables that you outline between now and May, I guess it is, that would be something that the staff and the board and the public would have an opportunity to bring to you, or is it public's not in this?
Oh, no, so really, and anything we do moving, so when it comes to, let's say the development of standard details, I don't think we envision involving the public on what kind of rebar we're gonna put in the curb. But when it comes to, let's say, some of the larger goal setting, and, once we kind of formalize what we would recommend moving forward, that is something that I think we would need to have public involvement.
Sure, the way I envision it is that your team would sit with staff and maybe speak with the commissioners, create a plan that we can agree that we want to vote on,
Mhm.
then present that plan to the public so that we can have an opportunity for feedback on that, so
Yes.
that we have a better understanding of how we want to vote to move forward. And then once we voted, this would become part of our comprehensive plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, and
Okay.
and what we, so there's also a plan review element of this because, certainly one of the focal points is we just, you just talked about is getting people back in their homes. And from our standpoint, we want to work with the community to where right now you do support Phil within your ordinance. So you do have the opportunity, although a lot of let's say we don't have a program in place, there is an opportunity to work with residents, work with plan review, see if we can maximize any opportunities that may be in front of us to utilize Phil on any rebuild. And that's really where, and we also want to see what kind of permits are coming in. How could we more or less take a site that may not want to, let's say, follow a recommendation that we would have, because again, there's nothing set in stone that they would have to. But then how do we take that and more or less say, okay, and if we were designing it under this new program, what would it look like? What would the neighbor next door to it see? And this really gives us the opportunity to have to kind of have a very organic involvement in the development of the process as the rebuild is going on. And any change, so it's possible that, that we would come back and say, okay, we're going to recommend this program, and that program is not compliant with your comp plan. It's not compliant with your LDRs. We need to identify where those non-compliances lie. And we're also going to come back to you and kind of share that. And that's where I think a lot of the discussion starts to happen, to where we have to make sure that everything that we do talks with all the other documents, your strategic plan, your master plan, your comp plan. And if there's anything that wouldn't, let's say, be in, or let's say support the intent of that document, well, either we need to revise that document or revise the program. And so that's really, this is kind of the kickoff of starting to get everybody aligned and, and more or less say, okay, what are the goals? What are the expectations? And then what do we need to do from a framework standpoint to move forward in a unified front?
And with the proposal that I'm reviewing, it's very brief, 2 pages. That's, all those action items are included in that. This isn't just a start, phase 1. This is basically bringing it in so we can incorporate it. The working alongside our comprehensive plan and finding out where we have issues so that we can get that all updated. I'm curious, you outline the number of hours you have for each of these phases. Is that locked in, or that's?
Well, so we did note that some of these are like time and materials, to where, for example, for like plan review, if 5 hours into it, Marcy's like, I hate the sound of your voice, leave, okay? Well, that item doesn't get billed because we're not providing the service that we are proposing to provide. So some of these are.
But if you really get into it and you're there for 20 hours, we're going to get billed for 20 hours,
Well,
not the 10.
If the budget supports it. And, really kind of how I envision this playing out is that, there are going to be no surprises to where, I mean, if we're 1 week in and we've burned halfway through these hours, then we need to figure out what the game plan is going to be moving forward. But there's going to be no surprise, whoopsie, we're 200% over that, and here's the bill for that. That's not how we operate.
Well, that's where I was going next. Now, you've done this before, so that,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
so you bring a lot of information along with you. So I would imagine the number of hours you have here are a fraction of what you had done in nearby communities, because you already have so much of the data.
Oh, yeah,
You already
no.
have much.
Yeah,
so
this
much of
is, this is not, this is not widening out the footer and putting your city's name and giving you, no. So this is certainly, there are wounds that I'm bringing to the table. So,
Okay.
and now, but, in regard to your phase 1 comment, so the end product you're going to get is, you're going to get standard details. You're going to get more or less a breakdown of what we think the goals should be for a program, should you want to pursue it. And then also what we would need to do from a comp plan, strategic plan, master plan, LDR aspect to accomplish those goals. And so really this is in a sense of phase one. But this is, certainly recognizing that we are coming in with a lot of momentum.
Right.
Based upon what we've been through. And then also too, a lot of these hours do cover support services for other kind of terrain mod adjacent, type tasks.
Okay. Don't go away.
Oh, no,
Marcy, if you
I'm
don't
grabbing the
mind.
podium. I'm not leaving, so.
Roughly, how many new builds or elevation permits do we have in right now? Do you
We
know?
have a lot. I don't know the number, but I'd say we're probably 20, 30, 40. I mean, we have a lot coming in. We have a significant amount of elevations coming in. We have a lot of new builds. I can look up that number and give it
I'm
to
just
you,
wondering,
but
how many have you delivered? Have you approved? Here's your permit. You can start your you elevate your building, you can start to demolish and rebuild.
How many permits have been fully issued for new
Yeah.
builds is small. The number is small is probably maybe around 3 or 4 since the storm, because we've
Perfect.
been so focused on that. So it's been
Perfect.
very
My-
minimal compared to it. And I will say in talking to Justin, and his team and learning from what they've gone through, we really felt like this was that first real bite into this elephant, because it's a big undertaking. And I felt like it was important for his staff to see what we're looking at from the houses that are coming in, what the residents want, what the elevations are, what we're up against with the side elevation, the road elevation, the existing seawall elevation, the adjacent neighbor situations. And I saw it, this is twofold. Not only do they get to kind of become really embedded in the community to understand what the community wants and what we're up against logistically for our community, but in turn, they can help with the permits, the newer homes that are coming in, and looking at them with a strategic eye that, let's say that we haven't, we've always looked at it, but probably not to the, homeowners are now coming in with a different experience to pull from with their new home and what they want that to be like and what they want to protect from. With that, we felt like this is a great opportunity to start having their insight into how we can start properly using fill at this baby step. Like, what can we start doing right now? And what do you bring to the table so that we don't hurt ourselves in the long run while we work towards that bigger goal? And we really felt like this was just a really great opportunity to get their expertise, to get them intimate with the community, become knowledgeable about the specifics of Madeira Beach and the residents here and what we're up against. That way, when we do go to that next phase and we do see it, it's because they've sat in the trenches with us and they really have seen what the community wants from this and what the challenges are going to be, because they've actually started looking at the plans and looking at the fill proposals and working with us to go ahead and start making that a little more robust for us, like I said, until we get to the bigger picture, the big,
Right.
end result there, yeah.
So here's my concern, is that if we meet all the timelines, guidelines that you have here, that would mean that this is a workshop. In 2 weeks, we come back. I would imagine you'd have a more detailed proposal. And to meet these timelines, you would need a vote whether we wanted to approve, the board wanted to approve the funding. So that takes us to the end of January. So we've already missed a month. So once we determine, we have conversations on what that lowest elevation goal is going to be, whether it's the 7.2, or I've talked to neighbors that are over that's still flooded in their garages. So we're going to come up with that lowest elevation goal. We need to have a way to have that discussion with those 3 or 4 that have already been approved, those 5 or 10 that are approved between now and the time this becomes not set in stone, but this is where we're going. And then you're going to have a couple of months even more before it can be turned and combined in with the comprehensive plan. So what is that, another 10 or so homes? And I guarantee you, when you're elevating your home or you're building a new home and you're not thinking about what we're discussing here, your lowest elevation may not be top of mind. Your more top of mind is, where is that first living level going to be? Your top of mind is, am I going to, architectural, what's my house going to look like? Where am I going to put my stairs? They're going to be inside. They're going to be, there's other things that are on residents' minds. And I think we're going to miss a huge opportunity to get that lowest level to a goal where we're going to be able to raise the roads.
Mhm.
And that's really what this is all about, is raising those roads.
I mean, and that's really why we're here, because when we start, because all this kind of spurred out of the watershed management plan. So not only are we coming with some of the, or with the knowledge that we have from prior fill programs, but also just completing, or about to wrap up your watershed management plan, which is your stormwater plan. So we started having these high-level discussions before Helene. Helene happened. Naturally, Marcy and their team are in disaster recovery mode. And so, but still the recognition was, well, okay, this is, as again, I'm not making it sound like it's an opportunity, but this is an opportunity to utilize fill for homes that should be here if they build per the current code for the next, 80 years? I mean, the prior ones were here for quite some time. But the reality is that we recognize that in order to implement actual legislation within that timeline is not realistic. Either we really have an unrealistic timeline. I mean, I would say it's not even like an all-nighter type timeline. It's just not even possible. When you look at if you're actually changing ordinances and having the necessary, number of readings that you'd have to have, it's just not practical. Or what you do is you follow that schedule and you delay the rebuild. And so I think what we are looking at is like the delay the rebuild is off the table for everybody, right? So the kind of the sweet spot that we came up, that's presented within here is engage, capture what we can, work with the community, use opportunities that are available. There will be some missed. I mean, it's just going to happen just because the storm hit too early too early in having these conversations. But because we're not going to be able to do it the exact way that we think will get everybody, doesn't mean that we don't want to try. And it sounds like you kind of recognize that as well.
Well, I don't, and we could hash this out for the next hour
Yeah.
and try to figure this all out. Now, what I think where you're going personally, it's a plan. We need a plan.
Yeah. Mhm.
It's an opportunity to show the state and the federal government, when we go after funding to raise those roads, that we're following a plan.
Mhm.
And so I encourage you to personally to get a more complete proposal prepared that we can review and decide upon. I mean, I'm only one voice.
No,
But personally, I think the community needs a plan to raise the roads, and that's, you have to
Yeah.
you have to elevate the homes before you can raise the roads.
Mhm.
So, or in general, so we have to have that discussion. But I thank you.
Yeah, no, and just to be clear, because I want to make sure, I am hoping that we're all going to work together through whatever this next step looks like. So it's important for me to build trust with the community, build trust with the commission. The plan, more or less what the end result of this is not going to, it will be, here are the goals. But when we talk about, let's say more, let's say, like a program or a plan, there is a lot that will go into it. And so that's where, when I talk about that, it's, that this is somewhat of a phase one, to be honest, that covers some of the early plan, let's say conception, and identifying what these goals are, identifying what the challenges are gonna be, and the plan of attack. And then this proposal also includes plan review services to try to capture capture some of these possible opportunities that would be lost if we wouldn't be engaged trying to get some of the concepts of the program informally implemented in a manner that works within your current code structure. So certainly what I'd like to do is I do want to make sure that we'll take an opportunity to provide additional clarification on the proposal. I want to make sure when everybody votes on it, we don't leave to question what exactly is being voted on. So I want to make sure that we're crystal clear, because the last thing we want to do is, think you're voting on an apple and I give you an orange. So.
Okay, and if you know of any grant funding that pays for your services, that's always a plus.
Yeah, well, you mentioned a good point earlier as far as, so there is for the watershed management plan, we did get cooperative funding for that. So, part of our fees have been 50% reimbursed so far. So, certainly off on the right track. When we look at what the future holds for like the funding, for future funding opportunities, we see Resilient Florida, which is a program that Governor DeSantis started that really focuses on sea level rise impacts and rain intensification and all these other climate drivers. That's really where a lot of the resiliency money, which is really what this is, a resiliency program, is going to come from. And the city is working with Pinellas County doing the vulnerability assessment, which is a requirement. And I think that's paid wholly by a grant. I'd have to take a look at that, but I know, that's a planning grant. So normally they give those out with the 0% match. But the reality is that, in order to look competitive and in order to look purposeful in your actions, having a program or a plan in place for a larger effort is going to be critical, because you're not going to be the other coastal community fighting for those dollars.
Absolutely. So help us, help you, help us.
I like that. So.
Thank you, Justin.
And
All right, thank you.
I just wanted to add one thing, just for clarification. The approach, and Justin, you can correct me, this doesn't delay the final big picture that we're going for. This is kind of just the first part, that's going to be the first part, no matter which way we do it. So I just want you to know that this effort is always towards the bigger picture. And this first piece was always going to be the first piece, so it doesn't really delay our
No,
final goal in
yeah.
any way. It's just kind of the first bite of it. So whether it's this or, a fuller one, we thought this gave him the ability to, again, try to get a little bit more intimate knowledge of some of the struggles that we're up against. That way, as we work through it, the final result was specific to us based on this experience, but always headed in that direction, if that makes any sense. I just don't want that to get,
No,
lost, if
and
that makes sense.
and two, to kind of dovetail on the point, rather than say, here's this big contract for, or not big, but let's say a long list of items that we plan on doing to, let's say, conceive, develop and implement this program. We don't want to do that and then have have us be at the conception and be like, what, we don't like it, and so more or less what this does is really that task one, if we were to do this all in one contract, the task one would really just kind of slide into that larger contract. And then task two is really that plan review support services to, really allow for these opportunities that would be lost if we weren't engaged. And not to say that, your team would miss it, but, certainly have an extra set of eyes and with what we've gone through and would allow for some of these, these properties to be, at least maybe we can get another foot or another 2 feet. And that means a lot in the low-lying area.
I just don't know that we're having the discussion during the permit review process that we have any goals for elevation as far as the base,
I think that's,
the base floor.
that's
I
kinda-
I know there's restrictions, but I don't know that there's a conversation, these are our goals.
And well, that's what we wanted to start having. So we felt like the best way to do that was not hypothetical, but real. Like, what are the real house footprints that are coming in? What are people wanting to build? What kind of foundations are they having to utilize to do that? And with all those components of the real world that we're living in, how does that begin to flourish and build out what our long-term goal is? So it was, that was going to be having them looking at these houses and saying, this is a great opportunity to get 18 inches of fill, and here's why I'm thinking 18, and because of this, this, and that. We wanted to start getting that strategic thinking now.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, any comments? I only have one question. For the record, did we budget for this?
Which record? No, okay.
Well, for the public,
I'm joking.
for everyone here, yes.
I don't
Correct,
know. I
because
had to
it's
ask Jenny about it.
$90,000,
I'm not
so
sure. Yeah.
I don't believe so. I think this has come up from our watershed management plan, just discussions with Justin and his team of, well, where do we want to go from here? So I don't believe so unless if Megan knows anything, she says
So
no.
Robin, how are we paying for it? It's a $90,000 bill.
It will look through our stormwater budget and public works.
So I would like to know where we're gonna, I'm not against doing it,
Mm-hmm.
but for the public's and mine, and I think the commission's, I'd like to see where the money's
Yeah,
coming
it'll
from.
come out of our stormwater fund. But we'll review the fund and make sure that it does have reserves from last year.
Okay.
We will bring that when we bring the budget amendment to you at mid-year.
But you're asking us to approve it before we know that where the money's coming from and that it's there and that it's not needed somewhere else. And I think those are the questions. In the last meeting, we had a lot of comment, or we did have conversation on because of the hurricane. And I'm not saying I'm against doing this. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
because of the hurricane and the reduction in funds and all of that, it would be mindful for the community to understand that we well understand that we have the dollars in the budget or in the reserves and that those monies will be there and not needed somewhere else, is just to be transparent and make sure that we understand it and that the community can as well. I understand we need it, but we still have to pay for it. That's all I have.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
As we move forward with Justin's plan, this is just a suggestion. We could probably vote to make sure that minimum elevation of any parking garage is at 7.2. We can do that now because Marcy's hands are tied. And if she approves plans that, let's say the garage comes in at 6, and that's going to be inconsistent with the overall goal, then as we move forward, we are not really achieving those goals. So if we think about voting, putting this on the agenda to vote minimum garages to be at 7.2, then Marcy can administer that. And we, in the long run, will be consistent with Justin's plans. And also, as we require higher ground, we may also need to give a little bit of a height credit to some of the buildings. So I just wanted to put this out there just to give it some thought.
I'd be curious, Marcy, what are your thoughts on that? Because I think what Commissioner's saying is that we could pass an ordinance, right, it'd be that the height would have to be what he's stating, so that you would capture that in the houses that are going to be built prior to this study being finished and implemented. Would that be reasonable, or is that?
I don't want to let Justin speak to his experience, but that would not necessarily be our goal right now, because I don't know that this is kind of the part that we're going to do to figure out what that number is. So to put that into ordinance form isn't what we're looking for at this stage. It's trying to work within the framework that we have, what we can do, and to figure out where we can go and what that looks like. And if that if that does become 7.2, then that'll be based on the experience and the analysis. Justin, do you want to speak a little bit more
Yeah,
to what the impacts of like,
You know, there are gonna be certain locations, you know, part of the, part of some of the thing, and we're gonna dive into this, certainly a lot more. There are gonna be certain properties that will not be able to meet seven, let's say, 7.6, a 7.2, whatever that elevation ends up being. Let's say you're in a velocity zone, okay? Well, a velocity zone is only typically, without a wave run-up analysis, you're only allowed to have 2 feet of fill. So if your elevation right now is at elevation 3, and we had the ordinance that, let's say, had a specific elevation, then we would essentially be forcing that wave run-up analysis in an area that we don't know we may need it. And so part of what, when we talk about, let's say, the program or the plan in general, the goal is to have a specific set of criteria and requirements that can be applied unilaterally across the city that creates a common outcome, right? And that common outcome has to be compliant with all this list of stuff, whether it's, preserving storage within your rainfall-based floodplain, whether it's NFIP and some of their fill restrictions that they have. So part of what we have to do is that, while we certainly can have the goal and, we have to start with a goal, but there are going to be certain places to where, based upon lot size, based upon the special flood hazard area, heck, based upon what the existing roadway elevation is now, when we talked about those steep driveways, there'll be some places to where we just can't hit that elevation. And so part of what we would envision is that we would essentially work with the city in leveraging some of what we've done in the past and creating, kind of the cookbook for how to do it, to where we provide a standardized set of instructions for designers and builders to more or less say, okay, here's the goal we want, but what's more important to us, we think, is how you accomplish that goal. Because if, there are challenges that can occur if you use fill, and don't kind of dot your I's and cross your T's. And part of what let's say the program development would entail is making sure that we don't, let's say, shoot for a goal and then have another whole set of adverse impacts that could really negate the benefit of using fill. Because part of the challenge, admittedly, of using fill is that it has to last through multiple commissions, multiple mayors, because it doesn't work unless it's implemented on a uniform, pretty much on a global standpoint over decades of development. Like that's really how this program works. And so we have to make sure that we can have the goal. There are going to be properties that will not hit the goal. But if those properties that don't hit the goal still maximize their opportunity to use fill while still, let's say, doing it in a manner that we deem is non-adverse, then that's really what's important to us. And we are certainly very, very results driven with what we want to do, but the process is kind of equally as important. And so the ordinance with a specific language, and again, I don't want to speak to your administration challenges, but I think that could almost create some additional hoops that we don't want, or some additional enforcement challenges that could just add time to the process now. And so the thought is that if we could work with residents, work with the reviewers, knowing that we are not going to hit all the goals that we want to hit, but if we can get 30%, 60%, we're doing a heck of a lot better than we would have done without trying.
and this,
Justin, would you do me a favor and at some point, can I get that information that you stated that you can add more than 2 feet in velocity zone? I'd like to know where that is.
So, and it's 2 feet without a wave run-up analysis. And
Scouring.
yeah, and so one of the big decisions that the team needs to make is that, do we and this is kind of a bit how the sausage is made, but it's like, okay, so do we say we want to hit the goal? And then we put that wave run-up analysis requirement on the applicant? Or do we say, let's go ahead and let's just maximize the 2 feet and let's not pursue the wave run-up analysis, considering that that represents another additional cost, another study. And so those are kind of the discussions I imagine that
Do we
would
have
be-
any velocity zone, I guess, towards maybe John's Pass?
We do have some, yeah, we have
Mhm.
velocities.
Just a couple.
Yeah,
We have-
and this kind of extends into the coastal A zone.
Yeah,
you
coastal
know?
zone as well.
The coastal A zone with this latest map amendment, it brought in a lot more of the inland and a lot of beach communities. How do we manage that? You know, the building code looks at it one way. If you're gunning for CRS points, it looks at it another way. And so really part of, we talk about the balance between everything and about how everything has to, all the ingredients have to come together to make something that tastes good. And so, CRS is part of that as well. And we have to make sure that if there are certain opportunities to get additional CRS points, that we pursue them. If there are certain things that we're recommending that will have you lose CRS points, which that's possible. Well, what's the loss? Is it worth the outcome? And that's really where that's really where the process and kind of setting up this and kind of getting that framework and determining what's most important is that first step.
I think it'll give us the opportunity to really speak to the residents so that when we do have the workshops, residents can come in and say, I was given the option to add 2 feet of fill, but when I ran the numbers through the length of the piles, the quantity of the fill, the drainage, the retaining wall, it cost $200,000 more for my contractor, and I didn't really want to do that. So I think it also gives the community an opportunity as we go through the plans and vet some of these stuff. What are the real world costs to the homeowner now that we are considering doing this? So I think those will be very helpful during the workshops to be able to speak to specifics on that as well.
Yeah. And, even talking about cost, as a barrier island, and again, I hope this doesn't sound callous, but money will be paid, right? You pay now or you pay later. And our preference would be to pretty much broaden those payments over a long period of time, over a lot of people, versus having a oh crap moment in 2060 and throwing a bunch of money at it when it may not be as effective. And so that's, we want to be the Rays. We want to moneyball this thing. We want to build it from the ground up and, work as smart as we can to maximize every opportunity that may be out there over the coming decades.
Thank you.
Is that a thank you leave or?
Yes.
Yes, that's what that means.
Yeah, yeah. I need like a shot caller, right? All right. Good. Thank you very much.
Very much. Next on the agenda is mulch. Oh, hold on. We did public comments before. What he just spoke about? Yes, it
It's on
was.
the agenda.
That was the rebuilding Madeira Beach. Mr. Dillon, come up and talk, please. So the reason we do public comment before before the commission talks is because it allows the commission to talk about what the residents' concerns are.
Exactly. And that's the brochures and paperwork that Robin gave out that wasn't available to the
Okay,
public.
yes.
Excuse me. Okay, so anyway, it seems like that's the cart after the horse. My property, I'm 775. So to go 7.2, I got a ½ inch of water in my property. So 7.2 wouldn't necessarily do it. Across the street from me, they got 2 feet of water in their garage. On Crystal Drive right now, and as far as changing the elevation, I know there's 4 properties on Crystal Drive right now in the build process. So would they want to redo their elevations because of this new rule and stuff? And there's 4 more down right now. So I say if this is implemented, we're going to hamstring these people even further. That it's got to go through the building process. And The streets are already done. Crystal Island just spent how many millions of dollars? District 1, the streets are all done. And Ray talked about buying the properties on Flamingo and elevating those before the roads were done. And so basically, this would have been a very good idea a year ago, but now with the catastrophe that we had, it's kind of late. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is mulch.
All right, I know that there's been some discussion about amending our LDRs to restrict mulch. I just put in your packet some of the Florida statutes discussing the Florida-friendly landscaping that a local government may not prohibit or enforce to prohibit any property owner from implementing the Florida-friendly landscaping on their land, and also including some of the local Florida-friendly landscaping ordinances, and that mulching is considered a Florida-friendly landscaping. So it looks like we are pretty restricted on what we can restrict in our LDRs.
Oops.
Do we have any public comment? Commission?
Seems straightforward.
That answers that.
I mean, the definition of mulch is wood?
We just have mulch and mulching. I would have to look a little further, but I would be hard pressed that it wouldn't.
So I think that when this came up, the conversation was centered on that wood mulch washes away, floats away when we have a flood, and that if we could, so if, my question would be, is mulch defined as wood? Or what is the definition of mulch,
There's rubber mulch also that
Right.
can be used.
which would be a better alternative than
Yes.
wood? So you can't restrict to shell because of the word mulch being used in the ordinance or in the state?
That's how I would read it, unless if Tom says otherwise.
Typical pine mulch can also attract bugs.
Right.
Cypress mulch is the best, however, very expensive, and it still floats. Rubber mulch is used pretty often, actually, where there's water.
You brought this up, didn't you?
I think Megan did.
Somebody, oh, so it was you know what? This is how we got it. A resident brought it up about the mulching. That's right.
Can,
Yes, please.
if you can't prohibit it, can you require that an adhesion be applied so it just doesn't run off? I believe there's products that can be sprayed on that would hold it in place.
I know that there's a glue, but I don't know how. I think you have to apply it annually or quite often. That could be something that we could look further into.
I think we should. I think that when it
Don't-
came, if
I
I
don't know how
recall,
it would be enforced.
well, if I recall that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the conversation was centered around the mulch. When you have wood mulch, when we get a storm and we have flooding, it gets into the drains, it clogs them, it creates a lot of issues. We are a barrier island, and I think the intent was to determine whether or not we could implement something that would be more friendly to the drainage systems, where there are options that would not float away in a storm or in a flooding. And we get quite a bit of flooding in our city, even on just a regular day. So, I mean, you get a high tide and a full moon and we have flooding. And I think that's where it centered from the resident that brought it up. And so I think a little bit more understanding of whether or not we could require an adhesive to keep it from floating away, or the definition of mulch. Can we define mulch as being not wood?
So I'm going to jump in.
Okay.
The state statute says mulching. We don't get to decide what the legislature thinks is mulching and what it doesn't think is mulching. So the key to the whole statute was created years and years ago to create that Florida-friendly landscaping. I know that's the title of it too, but it was for basically to allow for certain types of plants to maintain water consistency and moisture in those plants. And whether it's paper, cardboard, wood, rubber, anything that floats it could be considered mulch, it's going to be permitted. So I really would hate for us to get ourselves into a situation where we're telling the Florida legislature what we consider mulching, and when they are very, very specific in the statute that they don't want us to be doing that. The better approach may be to get our legislative delegation to maybe add an exception to the statute for coastal communities or those within a mile or 2 miles of the coast or something like that. Add the exception right into the definition or the statute, and that would give us the right to prohibit it. Maybe that's the route that
That's
we
a
wanna go.
fantastic idea. That's why you're
If
here
we only
tonight.
had a lobbyist.
I know, right? Yeah, if we only had a lobbyist that could do that for us. Okay. I mean, Commission, do you think that's a,
I think it's time consuming. It will take forever and may not even happen. But I personally have no problem with rubber mulching. It happens pretty often.
Commission?
I just have a problem,
Yeah, I know, right? Choose your battles.
with the floods and the wood chips, you know. Every time we have a flood, they really prohibit the flow of the water. And especially when the water is heading from the west to the east in our community. But basically, it's cut and dry right now as far as a local government ordinance may not prohibit or be enforced as to prohibit any property owner from implementing Florida-friendly landscaping, and that's part of Florida-friendly landscaping, correct?
Yes.
But like our city attorney said, I think that's a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
And encourage people not to use wood chips also would be a great idea. Your neighbors. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is ordinance 2025-05.
This is pretty straightforward as well. The Florida statutes prohibits municipalities from prohibiting one temporary shelter on residential properties after the governor issues a declaration of state of emergency. We met with FDM and they reviewed our ordinances, our floodplain ordinances, and asked us to update it with the knowledge of this Florida statute. So it's really placing that within our land development regulations, as well as the NFIP's requirement. So combining those requirements together and then amending a section of our code.
Do we have any public comment? Commission? Comments?
I would be opposed to banning the temporary shelters on residential property while they're renovating, while they're living in their RV. Maybe putting a time limit on it, but that time limit has to be reasonable. There's still people waiting for permits, waiting for appraisals. I mean, 2 years I don't think would be excessive.
So this has 36 months.
Yeah, I thought it was
The ordinance
36
says
months after
36
the
months.
hurricane.
Oh.
That's
Yeah.
the time.
But, so I would want to keep it there.
36 months
Yeah.
after the storm, right?
Yeah.
Correct? Okay.
And that's in the Florida statutes as
Yeah.
well. So
Okay.
that's where that came from, that time limitation.
Could we put a limit on that later on down the road and, as we progress through the season and reconstruction?
No, I mean, what they did is pulled this straight out of the Florida statute to 36 months is how long you could have a temporary housing on your property and live in it. 36 months would be, if you're going to remodel, you would be done in 36 months, I would think.
Yes, you definitely
Right.
could, but during the hurricane season. I don't know if with the financial aspects.
And we can go to the Florida statutes. It's in the packet. It's on page 137. So a municipality may not prohibit the placement of one temporary shelter on the residential property for up to 36 months after the date of the declaration or until the certificate of occupancy is issued on the permanent residential structure of the property.
And that's the key.
Yes, that's the key
Yes,
right
yep.
there. CO.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Good. Next on the agenda is ordinance 2025-04.
Okay, so this will probably look very familiar. This is a version of the old ordinance 2024-18 plan development that went before the Planning Commission in September. There's a few changes that I can go through with you, but it's very similar to that other ordinance of plan developments. So a few of the changes include a lot of grammatical changes throughout the ordinance and just how it flows. Include that the project is the initial review and then we'll gain further detail throughout the process. And then the addition of step backs within the setbacks and flexibility. Let me go through. That is in 110-387. And then the PDs in traditional village, commercial core, boardwalk, and low-intensity mixed-use character districts within the Johns Pass Village Activity Center cannot exceed the height limitations that are within the development standards. So that's an addition. And then additional information to the PD narrative, which is on the bottom of page 143. So including why the project is requesting this flexibility of the LDRs from the zoning district and the impact of neighboring properties and use and development pattern. Adding the city clerk and community development department to the required mailers for the neighborhood meetings. Let's see, and then sidewalk width to 10 feet wide, and the BOC can reduce the width if there are any limitations. So there's the neighborhood meeting. And then at the bottom of page 147 is that 10-foot wide sidewalk. And then clarifications on changes to the development plan that does not need BOC approval. It's kind of near the end.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Section, I guess, page 149, bottom, you made a reference to ingress and egress that doesn't have to come before the city council, but the curb cut does. So what's the difference between ingress and egress and a curb cut?
We were thinking that since this is at the PD, you're asking for a zoning change. And at the root of it, you're asking for a zoning change to do a development. So at this time, you may not have the interior layouts. Your entrance may change slightly. So we wouldn't want to go back before the BOC, open up that entire project again, just to change where the front door may be. But if it's large enough of a change that might alter like the curb cuts or sidewalks, we think that that might be a different level, and that would go before the BOC for approval or
So by
denial.
ingress and egress, could that mean like on-site driveways?
Like
Does-
the entrance doors and just more
Oh,
of
I
like
see. Oh,
internal to the building.
I'm looking at it
Yes,
from a
it's
different.
a larger
ingress and egress
scale.
Driveways. Okay,
Yeah, so
sorry
if
about
it
that.
was, if it was more of like the driveways, that would be considered like that minor modification. That's what we would consider it, and so that would go before BOC.
Okay, this is pedestrian ingress and egress.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So we added this second sentence right there, just to clarify, clarify that, as well as this sentence here discussing what is a minor modification. Currently, it doesn't state what is a minor modification. It says a minor modification is not the following. But it's pretty open, then what is a minor modification? So we're just including that, some examples of what that might be. And those are really the changes that we've made. We've had a few months. And so we're going to be bringing this back to Planning Commission for discussion and recommendation in February.
Any public comment? Commissioners?
Not at this time.
No. No. Any comments?
No comments.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Next on the agenda is ordinance 2025-06.
Okay, this one is also straightforward. Let me just get to it. This is updating the comprehensive plan to include the CIP that you voted on in October. Since we didn't have planning commission meetings, everything was put on hold. So this is just something standard that we do every year.
Any public comment? Commissioners? Any questions?
Good.
Then we will move on the agenda to city manager. And the first item is the military court of honor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Commission, this item, which we've had as a capital project for now going on 2 years, we're bringing it back and looking to complete the project. You have in your packet so the engineering plans that are nearly complete. I think they were originally started by the city's engineer of record, then worked on by another engineering firm who donated their time, talents, and energy. Very appreciated. And now we're just waiting for the final piece and looking for you for any additional components to add to the honor court. It is going to be located at Patriot Park, just west of the 9/11 Memorial. We're hoping to have a completed, with all the details of design over the next few weeks, and then bring back and then look to issue a invitation to bid hopefully no later than March.
Do we have any public comment? Commission, any comments? On the court of honor.
I think it looks really good.
I would like to recommend to increase the width of the sidewalk to either 10 feet or match what's there right now on Tom Stewart Causeway. The plans currently show 5 feet. In a right-of-way, that is.
Very good.
And also maybe just reconsider raising the elevation a little bit based on
Yeah.
what we've been experiencing.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, Commissioner. We're looking at lighting became a little bit of an issue. I think we lost most of the lighting at Patriot Park, all of the lighting. Well, I think we made our electricians did not exactly sure, maybe Megan can better explain, but we did have some electricity available for that tree that was out there during the holidays. People asked me, I thought you lost all the electric, but so anyway, somehow, but we're looking at alternative components for the lighting so it does not get destroyed. We're looking at solar, but still kind of determining what would be the best should that area flood. And I think it's actually flooded a couple of times. I mean, depending on a very high tide. Megan, if there was anything to add.
The elevation over there at
Yeah.
Patriot Park is very low. So on a good high tide, the water comes over the seawall over there. So we did lose all of the electrical over there from Hurricane Helene. But as Robin stated, it was repaired. Most of it was repaired for the, prior to the Christmas tree being put in. But all of the lights along the seawall are gonna have to be replaced. Those are not repairable anymore from all the flooding.
Also, not to try to get credit or anything, but prior to me joining this commission, I also had contributed $1,000 towards that. So it's really $26,000 with the $25,000.
My apologies.
So
We have 26,000, 25,000 from the American Legion, 1,000 from Northside Engineering. My apologies. Thank you, Commissioner.
Comments? The only thing that I would like to say is that we've had the money for 2 years, and it hasn't been a priority. I'd like to see it become a priority for whatever decision we're going to make or whatever we're going to do there. I think that the VFW donated $25,000. Commissioner Galvi donated 1,000, and I think that it is time for us to make it a priority and get it done. The community was very supportive of it. So if we could keep this, I know we committed to keep it on our meetings for updates, but if we could make it a priority to get it to move forward.
Yes.
Next on the agenda is Saltwater Destination Beach Concession Agreement.
This is the city has had an agreement with Saltwater Destination to provide concession to provide concessionaire services, specifically umbrellas and chairs on the sand at the city's Archibald Park. The agreement allows for an additional 5-year extension, and that is what our vendor requested and what we are proposing for the commission to approve at a future meeting. There are no other changes to the agreement, just to exercise the remaining 5-year extension. If you have any questions, I believe the Saltwater Destination is here today. Tyler, thank you for stopping by. But if you have any questions, the commission, they do, again, the umbrellas and chairs are available for the public, typically, if I remember, 9 to 5, 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., obviously when the weather is typically a little sunnier. Sometimes they're out there when it's cloudy, but on warmer days, today would not have been a good day to sit out on the chair at the beach, but perhaps some people would enjoy it.
Do we have any public comment? Commission?
I suggest staff recommends that they want to move forward. That's all I need to hear. I mean, staff works with the group, so.
I think it's a win-win situation. I believe that we should extend the agreement for another additional 5-year period also.
I've noticed there is insurance coverage, right? I've noticed
Yes.
that in the books. So that's awesome. Now, this 5-year extension will not cause any effects to what we may be doing to Archibald Park, right? There's nothing that we would worry about.
No, and really I don't know how many years, but a year ago, a little over a year, when the sand dunes were restored, it did reduce the available square space to place the chairs and the umbrellas. The vendor were extremely amenable and very cooperative in realizing that they had a little bit less square footage to utilize. They became a little bit creative, and so they've been very, very good to work with, had nothing but or only accolades from the visitors. They look forward. They have regulars that come back every year. They are super just pleasant, amenable to be around. They're great ambassadors for the city, for all the visitors that do enjoy going out on the sand. And honestly, they really have a great gig sitting on the sand.
I've heard that as well. A lot of
Yes.
compliments.
They are great partners to the city. We're lucky.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is Tampa Bay Psychology Associate Services Agreement.
We have an agreement with Tampa Psychology Associates specifically to provide one individual counseling sessions for our Madeira Beach Fire personnel. Previously, the vendor provided the services for free. They was paid as part of a grant. That grant ended. And if you have any more questions, I think the chief can provide some additional information, but we are requesting to continue the service. We believe it's very, very valuable, very beneficial for fire personnel and the work and the encounters that they have throughout their day. So we're recommending that the commission at a future meeting approves the agreement. It would entail each 1 hour or 60 minutes session would be $165. We're looking at the fire department's budget to be able to accommodate that. The usage, there has been usage by some fire personnel. We do not, whether that will increase or not remains to be seen, but we would certainly monitor the usage and because it is going to be an impact on the fire department's budget. Chief, if there's anything else to.
I did look into whether or not they take our insurance, and unfortunately, they do not accept Blue Cross Blue Shield. They do have a form that you can petition, send to your insurance company and petition for partial reimbursement, but I don't know if that would actually be pushed through. And like the city manager said, this was all funded by a grant that was available to all 18 fire departments in Pinellas County, and for whatever reason, their grant funding wasn't renewed. So I didn't want my firefighters to go without. So I offered this up, entered into an agreement, ran it by the city manager, and I'll get creative with my budget if I have to pay for this.
Do we have any public comment? I'd like to start the commission comment. I've spent a great deal of time with our fire department, and I've listened to stories and gotten to know our fire department team, have listened to things that have happened not just in their lives, but in the lives of other fire departments and other firemen. And I feel like I have a great understanding for the need for the fire department to have somebody to talk to and to be encouraged and supported to do that, and how important it is for their mental well-being to be able to have that. In the ride-alongs that I did with the fire department, the things that I saw were nothing in comparison to what they see, but I still saw things that were troubling. And so I can only imagine if that's what I did for 24 hours every third day, how hard that could be. And we've lost firemen who have taken their own lives. And I just think that being able to provide that service is so important to our fire department. So I would support this 100%. So, commission.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I strongly support making available psychological consultation for our firefighters, for everyone, really. I see we're going to Tampa Bay Psychology Associates. You said that the insurance for the firefighters is Blue Cross Blue Shield. Does it not have a service? Do they not have any approved psychology providers?
That accept Blue Cross and Blue Shield?
Yeah, I mean,
I could research it a little bit more. The only reason we prefer this is because Dr. Benson is trained with PTSD first responders. She only caters to police and law enforcement, firefighters, first responders.
so Tampa Bay Psychology Associates provides a unique service.
Absolutely.
That other associates, other practices may not offer.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I get that, and if that's the case, absolutely. I'd just like to find out if we already, if psychological services are provided by Blue Cross Blue Shield, can we research to see if any of their recommended providers that are on their list also deal with these specific subjects? If not, it's fine. I'm not suggesting we not provide it.
Yeah, and
But I
I
just
can
want to
bring,
make sure we're not, in a sense, double paying for it.
yeah, and I can get that research and bring it to the commission meeting prior to the vote.
Yeah, otherwise, of course, I would support this.
Yeah, absolutely. And just for clarification, they don't have to tell me if they go, but I know for a fact that 2 of them do take advantage of that counseling session whenever it was free of charge. So I would, whether it's 2, whether it's 10, I couldn't tell you, but I would like to keep this going for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I support it. I just would want to monitor. It'd be troubling if it were being used too much by any certain individuals, because I think it might be a red flag for other.
And the way that could be monitored is in the agreement that they will send us the invoice. They won't provide a name.
Right.
And I don't know, I would hate to put a stipulation on it that you have to tell me if you're gonna go, because there is a stigma about it. People aren't gonna be open about it. I'm very open about it myself. Some of my firefighters are as well.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm
Yeah.
just, if someone's troubled enough to use the service on a too frequent basis, I would say, then maybe they need more help than just that. And I'd be more concerned for that individual. And not, the budget's the one piece of it that we can
Yeah.
monitor and.
It would be difficult to identify that individual, because if say there's 10 visits in a month, was it 10 separate firefighters, or was it one going 10 times?
Yeah, I don't know. But that's my first gut reaction.
Yeah. And everybody knows mental health is very important to me. We have a 5K every single year for it. My previous fire department in Alachua County, they had a firefighter take his life last night. This is a very near and dear to my heart. So
Right. Well, and to that point, if it was job related, no one would ever know that. It would be nice to be able to highlight it. Maybe that's just not the right career for that individual. I don't,
yeah, the job is not for everybody.
Right. So. But at minimum, if they need assistance, then they do. So I get it.
Well, as a veteran myself of the armed services, I go to the Bay Pines myself. And I go as much as I want, anytime I call them. There is no certain amount of visits that they regulate when I go in. And anonymity, being anonymous is one of the most important parts of that when someone seeks assistance, mental health assistance. So it's a win-win situation. I think it's a great idea. And I think we should keep the people and the doctors that you guys already have a camaraderie ship together. That's also very important. So thank you for your service.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure.
100%, 100% support. Now, one question I have is, do we need to get 3 bids, or is that a unique and special, as Commissioner Tagliarini mentioned? If it's unique and no one else offers it, I can understand that. Otherwise, aren't we supposed to get 3 different bids?
I don't anticipate this going over $30,000, so I don't believe it would be necessary, correct?
That's correct. It does not need to go out for bid. This is such a small procurement effort, so.
Okay, thank you.
Next on the agenda is HR Classification and Compensation Plan Study Update.
The Mayor and Commission, you may recall back in July of 2024, the commission approved an agreement with RSC Insurance Brokerage, the Risk Strategies Company, also known as the Gearing Group, to perform an human resources compensation and classification plan study, mainly look and evaluate existing positions for a variety of components, such as obviously comparisons with salaries, how do we compare with other cities, look at our job classifications, make sure that positions are properly classified, ensure that positions are properly also classified as whether they're exempt or non-exempt, meaning are they hourly, subject to overtime, or salaried. So far, although the hurricane delayed it a little bit, we could not get Janet Bodner with the Gearing Group to give the presentation today. I'm not sure if we have John on. We were trying to get him to, but it was not working very well. But they did provide an update on the study that should be concluded next month. They will give a in-person presentation next week at the Civil Service Commission. But so far, they've been obviously looking at salary comparisons. They did provide this update to us, this presentation. And they've been reviewing really the assessment. They completed an overall assessment of approximately 27 job descriptions of our 81 employees at the time. They've defined and obtained, again, looking at salary comparisons with some comparable cities, Treasure Island, Bel Air Bluffs, as you see up there, Dunedin, Seminole, Tarpon Springs, and Clearwater. In comparing, they will present these charts of their findings by actual job classification, whether as they're listed, for example, beginning with a building official, code compliance officer, city clerk, et cetera. Looking at our salaries, what the current rate of pay is, the maximum per our salary bands, and then comparing, as is listed on the table, from the 50th all the way up to the 75th percentile, where our positions currently, the rate of pay currently compares. But they'll provide more detail for all the positions that are listed in the 3 pages that kind of progress through the fire chief, public works, a variety of public works, fire positions, public works positions as well. How we compare is, you have to keep in mind, and they'll provide the update that not every position does the same type of work across every city, and different job classifications will perform different tasks. In other words, not every grounds maintenance supervisor is doing the same work across 3, 4, or 5 cities, but what we're trying to do is determine where City of Madeira, where our positions are relative to the other cities. And once they complete the benchmarking across or with other cities, again, they will provide us the data, review their findings. They're looking to then look at our pay grades and determine what changes, if any, need to be made, whether we have any type of compression. So compression, essentially, if a position salary for somebody who has been here 15 or 20 years in a comparable position, or a lower level position that's only been here a few years due to inflation or salary adjustments over time, whether that position is too close in salary to a higher level position. You want to avoid compression as you make adjustments across a salary band. And they'll complete looking at our job descriptions, and again, whether they're exempt or non-exempt relative to properly classified. So we are following the Fair Labor Standards Act, specifically whether an hourly person, could they be salaried, or the opposite, somebody who is salaried is performing work that could be deemed hourly, and therefore somebody, again, salaried positions where you work in essence as many hours as are necessary to complete the job. And again, not eligible for overtime, again, versus an hourly where they are eligible for overtime. So we want to make sure that we are properly compensating. Those tend to be some of the, after time, potentially can lead, produce other concerns and eventually lawsuits where an employee felt that they were misclassified and therefore underpaid. So we'll get a lot more update as they near the completion. There will be one next week at the Civil Service Commission, but we will have one at the next workshop as well in February. We'll try to get them to actually to attend the, they have confirmed for the workshop, but we were looking at the regular meeting as well to give an update. And just to reiterate, the budget, we're not going to exceed the budget, was the 37,000 change. So that's a not to exceed to complete the study.
Do we have any public comment? Commission comments, questions?
How do we compare this with other cities in this area? How do we, in other words, is there a way we can see what the salaries are for different municipalities in this area?
Yes, that's what they will provide. That's
Okay. Thank you.
The only comment I have is that I had requested a copy of how many were submitted and what was submitted because I was interested in understanding what was requested. So 81 employees, of the 81 employees, 25 gave back because my list has 26 gave back, right?
well, 27.
Yeah. Well, one of them is completely blank, so that one doesn't
Oh,
count.
I'm sorry, 26.
26. So what I had thought we were going to get in this study is that I had thought somewhere I believed that they were going to come here and sit with employees and talk about their job duties and that it was going to be requested of the employees, not that it was mandatory, but the benefit of each employee submitting what their job description is, not what's written on the paper when they're hired, but what their actual job duties are, so that they could compare their actual duties and whether or not an employee is doing more than their job description and should be paid more. And it doesn't look to me like that's the information we got back from any employee. So I wonder, not knowing how that was requested, did it really get requested in a proper manner that the employees provided the information that was most useful for the company to be able to determine and write those job
Right, well, it was
descriptions?
requested electronically to fill out the survey, which had the questions on there. And that's why I said we had 26, well, 27, but one, as you said, is mostly blank, who did complete the survey that asked them about their responsibilities, their duties, levels of education, et cetera. But
So if it was done electronically, does every employee in the city use their electronic email? I mean, we have sanitation workers
emails
at
for everyone.
recreation, but does everybody use it?
well, we
That's-
encourage them to, but we'll discuss that with the
Yeah,
company.
so I mean,
and bring it back.
I'm just saying that from an outsider looking in on the study, it doesn't look like the information that was provided was enough information to determine whether or not the employee is doing the job of their description or doing more, was my observation from the information I read.
We'll address that with them.
Yeah, I also agree with the mayor. It was my assumption that they were going to come here face to face and interview each and every one of our employees. That's what I thought that was going to be, especially at the cost of 37,000 and some change. I really didn't expect it to be a email. So I would like to see something else, followed up with that also.
Yes, because I let Mr. Dillon break the rules, I have to let you. That wouldn't be being fair.
even as being on the Civil Service Commission, we had asked that we were able to speak to them to make sure there was a clear understanding what we were expecting, which we told you we would provide, and that hasn't happened. So there's things, and we're gonna have a meeting next week, so we'll address it. But I'm concerned. 27, they've had 4 or 5 months, whatever the case is, and I know there's hurricanes, so that really put a stall to a lot of stuff. Something doesn't feel right. And I'm just being straight up. It doesn't feel right for what I felt that we asked through the commission. I don't feel it's appropriate.
Thank you.
And again, they haven't completed, so we will
Right.
address and still have more meetings and opportunity to complete everything as requested.
Thank you, Robin. Next on the agenda is city information dissemination.
Just you have in the packet the various methods that the city has utilized and continues to use to distribute information, particularly as we've had the hurricanes and storms. And you have a list in the packet. Just go over briefly. Most of our communication, or the main source, is electronic, through our website, through Facebook, sending out emails through the service that's called Constant Contact. Last check, we had over 5,500 emails in the list. And again, between those 3 methods of posting information, certainly weekly, we are looking to send out more, emails, use the Constant Contact more frequently. And as the suggestion over time, and when I've had one-on-ones with the commission, to look at also texting or utilizing a text service to be able to send out text messages. Some cities do that. We're looking to determine what those costs would be. It's not an excessive cost to do that, but we will bring that back. These meetings are broadcast live on, for those that have Spectrum, on channel 640. We also have a channel on YouTube, so they are transmitted, streamed directly on YouTube, and all those meetings can be found, I think, all the way back to 2013, the videos certainly for commission meetings, planning commission, civil service commission meetings that are recorded on here. We utilize from also physical variable message boards. We did have 3, we're down to 1. We hope to replace the 2 that were damaged in the storm. Digital electronic signs, we added last year a digital sign in front of the marina in addition to the one outside of City Hall. And we utilize other online, such as Nextdoor, which is quite popular in neighborhoods, to disseminate additional information. We do not typically have conversations on Nextdoor, and we do limit on Facebook. I meant to add that. We also utilize some of our partners like the chambers. They list quite a few of the events that we have, and even meeting announcements, as well as other media and other publications like Paradise News that we've actually purchased some ads for special events. Pinellas County has a public information officer network, and that's a lot of information is shared, as well as through all of our professional publications throughout the county. I know there was a HR group countywide. City managers tend to meet monthly, and other groups to share information. And again, we have a few bulletin boards still throughout the cities, one here at City Hall, at the Winn-Dixie Plaza, at Rock Park, and as I stated earlier, just even commission meetings and all the other meetings that we attend, from the Big C meeting to just a variety of other community chamber meetings, and certainly all of you up here as the commission and city staff, word of mouth, and then spreading event and other meeting flyers. So quite a bit, as I said, we're looking as to how to enhance or look at alternative methods. And one of the next item, whether we look at, our website, websites can definitely be enhanced over time. That's why cities go through different redesigns of that. But we're looking at all of how we disseminate the timeliness. It's important, not just the timeliness, but obviously correct and content, and clear and concise, and obviously things that are relevant. Again, the storms have tested how that happens and having, electronic software available to be able to process over just the evolution of filling out documents online, from getting your business license to getting a building permit to signing up for a recreational class. We have been, like many other cities, just the availability for people to go any time of day, any day of the week, anywhere, even from anywhere in the world, to obtain whether information or sign up for a particular event or service. So we'll continue to do that. And the one that we're looking at, again, that I stated, is also the ability to be able to send messaging via texting.
Do we have any public comment? Commission?
No comment.
Thank you, Robin, for pulling all that together. That's quite impressive list. I wasn't aware that you had so many different avenues. I would be very interested in a text notification. Use it sparingly, but when when you need to push information out, I think it'd be worth discussing.
Certainly.
I think text messaging would have been great post-storm because people didn't have internet. They weren't on the computer looking on the website. And we get text messages in my house from several different, Pinellas County does them. We're in a club that does them, and it's very, very useful to get information like that. And almost everyone has a cell phone of some sort, and even if you have an old flip phone, you can still get text messages. So I really think that would be great. I don't use Nextdoor, but I did sign up to Nextdoor to look at what Madeira Beach posts on there, and I can't find any post that Madeira Beach has made on Nextdoor. So there's some sort of glitch there. But other than that, I mean, I think that we have a lot of avenues, but we could definitely, text messaging would be great.
Mayor, just to quickly, for
Yeah.
Ready Pinellas, which is, they have an app that's for emergency management, which was heavily utilized before and after the hurricanes. They did add the texting component,
Yeah.
which works very well, and they've been sending out. So
Yeah, we get that, and that's what, when we talked about it, I think it's great.
Yeah.
It's a great
And we
way to-
encouraged everyone to sign up during the Hurricane Expo and during these meetings and everything leading up to hurricane season. So hopefully everybody has signed up to Ready. It's called Ready Pinellas, and it's just an app that you can download on your phone, and great information on there.
Okay, on to the next city web internet site.
Yeah, just to briefly or quickly on this, discussions, our website is, turns out it was a kind of a quick put together a few years ago involving when the city had a public information individual and our information technology firm at the time. It is maintained by, we're the only city in our county that utilizes a company called Proud City to host our website. Really, to all of you on the commission, whether we have not done a redesign of our website. It's been about 5 years, or 4 to 5 years. Typically, cities go an average of about 5 years and then look to a different design. I've been looking at websites for nearly 30 years, working in 3 states, 4 cities. City websites have an inordinate amount of information. Why? Because cities provide anywhere from 7 to 8 different industries to as many as 20 to 22. Public Works is completely different than a fire service, a completely different industry than a marina and the services available. A lot of what I've heard over the years is, well, I don't, where do I go to find it? So I've felt, since I applied here at Madeira Beach, when I applied for the city manager position, I really liked how this website is set up, meaning you go at the very top of our website and there are categories: services, news, departments, and then it has a search right as you're on the homepage. We have recognized some issues with our search is not a true search. It's more of an index. And so when you do type certain things, it takes you to the first keyword that it finds. That can definitely be refined. The website could be made, look a little bit, the aesthetics of it and changing images, those can be done, color schemes, et cetera. But really, and we do have a lot of information. So when I reached out to 4 companies for just some thoughts on redesign, whether to redesign or what could be improved, it's essentially a redesign a budget to do that would be anywhere between 15 to 25,000 to do a complete redesign. Not sure if that's where the direction where you would like to go. A couple of the firms that I spoke with that other cities use can do a per hour consulting to provide some guidance, such as make sure that your search is an actual true search, and you scrub the hundreds and hundreds or thousands of pages that we have to make sure that they're still relevant. There may be very outdated data on some of them. So there's components that we can do internally. We can hire a consultant to give us a better, but I did get, those were really the best things about reaching out and trying to get some quotes or some ideas on cost and whether we're at the point where we may need to look at a redesign of the website. There were a couple of full quotes that are in your packet from Revise and from, or nearly full quotes from Civic Plus as well. Who have been contacting, we're typically contacted by many vendors, but hey, we're available if you need us, and here's a list of all the different cities and what we provide and where we provide it. And again, we definitely can make some enhancements to make sure that the website is updated. And again, as I said earlier, information has to be timely, relevant, clear, concise. So we've been utilizing a couple of really, each department has their own ability to go in and add and edit to keep it relevant, and we can do, certainly we'll continue to do that, but take it to another level to make sure that it's as updated as it can be. And also from my office, having my staff to kind of serve as the main point to keep the site updated. But so really, I give it back to all of you as to how you would like us to proceed. And obviously, we've acknowledged that there's things that we can do to improve the site and, again, make the information timely, relevant, et cetera.
Do we have any public comment? Commissioners?
Thank you, Mayor. I like the website for the most part. I feel like it's laid out pretty well. I'd like it to, there's a couple of things that I'd like to see tweaked, that they were more intuitive. But I don't think, just my opinion, I don't think we need a whole new website. I would be supportive of maybe hiring a consultant to come in and help us to achieve the goals that we'd like to achieve. And to find out what those goals are, we would talk to the different departments, maybe some residents, us, to find out what areas would we like to improve, then bring in a consultant to tweak those with our current platform. And it might be that the company that hosts it already, but I think that would be a pretty good thing to do. And a lot of people obviously know how to navigate our website already, so it wouldn't be changing it drastically. Thank you.
I think I expressed how I felt about this the last time. I'd much rather put our resources and our time into other things, such as the presentation we had earlier. For now, I think the website is great. I don't care how much money you throw at it and redesign. There's always going to be something that I might think would go a little different, or if it was perfect for me, you might think should be a little bit different or, changed. But in scheme of things, I think it's just fine.
I would say minor tweaking would also be, I would support that. There is some information that's missing. I'm not sure if, do we have a link to Municode on your website?
Yes, yeah, and different.
Okay. So that's a very powerful tool. Yeah, thank you. I'm with the rest of the commission.
I also agree. I believe that it needs some minor tweaking, but also, city manager, you also said a lot of that could be done internally, right?
Yes, yeah.
So if we work together on that, then, you know, it's really, and I agree with the mayor and the commission, let's save our money as much as we can right now, because it's very important that we do that. And wherever we can streamline our, you know, our revenue, then it's very important to do that. Thank you.
So when I brought up the website, the reason I brought it up is because post-storm, I had more phone calls and communication from residents who just could not find the information that they needed. And that's what prompted it. I don't know that we need a new website, but I know that this website, the way that we are utilizing it, does not provide information in a friendly manner that people can get. When I go on it to look for something, it is difficult to find. So I feel like if I can't find it, how can anybody else find it? So I don't know how to go about getting it. I've sat with the city manager's assistant, and she does a lot of the, I believe she does almost all the updates on the website. So I watched her do updates and flip through. I don't know what would be the right process to coordinate to be able to get a better method of delivery of information, but we definitely need to do some tweaking for information. And Helene definitely showed that. There's a lot of information that's on the website that's out of date. Like the shower trailers are still on there, that should be gone. Because if you're someone looking for something and you're having to read through things that are irrelevant, it's just one more thing that's frustrating for the resident. So I don't, like I said, I don't know what would be the right path, Robin, to be able to get a consensus or do, but I'm not advocating to spend a lot of money. I'm just advocating for the residents to get better information.
Sure. Yeah, and as I stated it, and we constantly sharing where to find it. Again, I would say after the storms, we must, and we'll look at the data, the tracking, but I mean, it's easy to say we had probably 1,000 residents that I would speculate had never been on our website before. And I've heard that from other cities.
Yeah.
It's just, that's where the majority of the information is, I agree. And so it can be difficult, but yes, it should be much easier
Right.
to find it and more reviews and, you know, everything from just little things like why is Facebook crossed out, registration
Well,
is
click on
misspelled.
next door.
Pages, yeah, and I noticed that earlier today. Broken links.
Right. So I just think that, I mean, I've said this before, and I think that out of Helene and Milton, what we can take away that we can do better, it's not meant to be criticism.
Sure,
It's
but
meant
do-
to be, this is what the community said, and what can we do to be better for them, not just for the next storm, but just for tomorrow in general. So
Absolutely. Thank you.
next is grant writing.
And again, we've discussed this in the past, but to give you a little bit of an overview, and we may hear when Mr. Taylor was Schumacher, but we've utilized and we've had communications with various or partners, I would say, like the League of Cities and some of our engineers of record that have provide grant writing services and provide topics and what may need to go out or what we could research to eventually apply for. So we have had staff in different departments go out and look for grants at the marina. A few years ago, obtained some grants to add docks here at the park and at Johns Pass Village. Fire department has received various grants for equipment and items, you know, necessary. We have a variety of, obviously, capital projects and other equipment that we're purchasing regularly where there are opportunities to go out there. And recently, as we've looked to upgrade certain areas, and I just put a few items on the agenda, but looking at, whether for road and street projects, to our dog park, to recreation equipment or capital that, that we need, to look at, utility, undergrounding into the future. So we'll continue to do those. Schumacher and Jim Taylor did put us in contact, and I put some of their information in the packet, company called GrantWorks, and they become very highly qualified, as well as the ability to perform quite a bit of the work in researching, looking what's out there, and eventually soliciting and applying for grants on the city's behalf for specific projects. I know that like Commissioner Kerr's made the question, are we at the point where we would need to hire an individual or a specific grant writer? As I stated, part of it would be to hire, depending on what we're looking at, we could hire an individual or a firm to assist with, okay, well, do we need, what grants are out there for additional, undergrounding or other resiliency projects? But we'd like to explore companies like GrantWorks and see what they can offer, and then look at, GrantWorks did tell me, for example, that the administrative or their costs would be part of the administrative cost of grants that they would apply for. So we wouldn't be paying additional, but it would come, again, through the administrative component of grants. So whether we'd like to continue to see what's out there and then bring that back to you to say, here are the grants that we found, and these are the processes, whether we're hiring an individual or a firm to assist, or just or staff is working on it, et cetera. But that's currently what we believe, what we're suggesting going forward.
Do we have any public comment? Commission?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to it. I guess, grant writing is an art. You need to know what you're doing. You can spend a lot of time doing it. We can't expect staff, when they need a piece of equipment, they need to replace a vehicle, or any of the items in here, dog park, any of these items. You can't expect, or I can't expect staff to be able to do grant writing on top of their regular day. So I think we need a professional, either in-house, or I love this idea, GrantWorks, that can do it, and let's say it's a vehicle. First, you make a phone call and you have we're gonna need X amount of vehicles this year. What is your success rate? Is this something that we should look to get a grant on or not? They would be able to tell you right off the bat, yeah, that's easy. We can go here, here, and here, and we have a success rate in getting grants for these items. We need a public works building. They'd be able to give you some sort of idea before you even started looking for the grant, where to look. You need, in my opinion, you need a professional in that space. I did take that course on grant writing. I would never want to be a grant writer.
Did you get SAM certified?
No, I didn't get certified. It was just overwhelming, the amount of work and the expertise and the amount of hours that it goes to just put out an application for a grant. So, for government, for the city, there's tons of grants out there. You just need to take the time and go after them and know where to go after them. And if part of the compensation covers the actual grant writer, that's a bonus.
I agree with Commissioner Kerr. Skill or grant writing is a very unique skill set. I think hiring a successful company, maybe sharing it with other municipalities, like an interlocal agreement, they would be able to, you know, we're gonna probably want some of the same things. So maybe share it so that we're not paying the whole burden. But I mean, I don't think, in my experience, it's a very unique skill set. And there's people who have great success with it, and otherwise it's complicated. So.
I know for Pinellas is mostly for roadway improvements, but how are we tapped into Penny for Pinellas? Do we know? Penny for Pinellas.
Penny for Pinellas?
Yes.
We just receive a distribution and we come up with projects to budget for it. But it's not any grants or. Well, it's just an auto, I mean, yeah, I guess every city has to enter into an agreement with the county or the state to the county to receive the distribution annually or for the 10
Yeah.
years that it's out there, but it's just a direct revenue distribution.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, the goal is to pump some funds into our budget for a variety of reasons. So, just, wanted to make sure we are able to tap into Penny for Pinellas for some improvements.
Right. Yeah, and the Penny for Pinellas is just for capital
Understood.
projects.
For roadways and infrastructure.
And
I
you can
understand.
purchase first the police, fire equipment as well.
I think it's a great investment for our community, as Commissioner Kerr and Vice Mayor Taglerini also said that basically, if we had a professional to help us get grants and money for our community, it's a win-win situation. So I totally agree.
I don't disagree, but I would like to remind us all that the Florida League of Cities, which we are members of, they do grant writing. They also have a search engine where we can go in and put in keywords to see if there are grants available. The Linda Cheney's office, Representative Cheney, has offered to help in writing grants for opportunities. They've also offered to help us research opportunities. So I don't know that I would be signed up for paying someone to do it if we have the resources available to us that are professionals and it is what they do and they're fully capable. I don't know how much we utilize Florida League of Cities search engine. Robin, you would know that, but I also have spoken to several of our surrounding cities and understand that each head of department in several of the cities that I have spoken with, they find the opportunities because they're in there, they know what they're looking for. But if they find them, they don't necessarily have to be the person to write the grant.
Right.
So they find the grant and then we have resources. We have people who already work for us who can write grants and are professionals at doing that. If this recommendation, GrantWorks, is someone that we could work with and they would get paid based off of what they get, I'd support that. I would not support hiring someone to write grants for us. There's too many resources that we do not have to pay for to go out and hire someone to do that, in my opinion.
Mayor, if I could ask, does this League of Cities, do they actually write the grants or do they just tell you about opportunities?
They provide us with a portal that we can log, not all of us, but the city logs into and can search for grant opportunities. And then when we find the grant, they will write it for us.
Yeah, and they sent an update in September, a few weeks before the storms. Their provider was changing from, or eCivis to EUNA Solutions, EUNA, and I meant to include that on here. But I do go through their portal, look through we're gonna make it now much more active as we're kind of getting back into all the operations. But as we put our budget together, and we'll begin that in March,
Right.
where we will look at what grants are available to help fund, and we're likely going to need them over the next couple of years, certainly more than in the last few years. But yeah, UNA Solutions is who their provider is at the League of Cities.
Anything further?
I'm just concerned that we have a procedure set that when we know we have a capital outlay, that we are, that's part of the process, that we're looking for those grants.
So I think that staff does look for grants. The grant, I mean, if we did a list of the grants that staff has found and applied for over the last 8 to 10 years, there's quite a few. They were not all accepted by the commissions that were in place at the time, but they do actively search because they know their needs. If they're in that system, Public Works knows what she needs. So she knows when she looks in, if there's a grant that's there, whether or not that grant would benefit Public Works. Recreation is the same. So I mean, I'm under the understanding there is a system in place that they're searching for the grant.
I just, I hope so. But how often do we get in a workshop, we're gonna need this piece of equipment, or we're gonna need, and, we just put that electronic board out at the marina. There wasn't any discussion until we brought it up. Penny, for Pinellas, have you submitted for a grant? At the time, we hadn't, but I believe we did after the fact, after the board meeting. So I'm not sure that it's
But
in the operational procedure to do that, that's all.
And I don't disagree with clarifying that, but a grant writer wouldn't be searching, they wouldn't know what, unless they tell them, this is what we're gonna buy and we need a grant. A grant writer is only gonna go out and search for what you're telling them you want.
And that's
Yeah.
why I like the idea of this service. And if we don't need the service, if we have other avenues, but before we go out and buy things, we have to have a need. If we have the need, let's talk about grants early on, before we need it.
That's
Yep.
that's an administrative conversation for Robin with his staff. That should happen before it comes to us. It's not for us to run the day-to-days. So
But it's a budget impact, and you're correct, Commissioner, and that's what we're going to stress going forward is, here's what we're looking next year, the year out. That's tied with the capital budget and easier, it has been, sometimes it is easier for a smaller, if you're looking for pieces of equipment. It seems, the simplest ones seem to be in fire and police, I would say, and so the chief and his staff are actively looking for that for certain equipment, and we have received some of those, but we'll keep it and make it, obviously, each department, and, great example for the digital screen, dog park, as we talked about. You get into a little bit of, well, if it's in your budget, it's in your budget, but clearly there's funding available in other areas, and for such a small city, they've had great success over the years, long before I was here, long after I'm no longer here, even grants through the state for road projects. And the reason that this city has, Schumacher, for example, but appropriations for road projects, for your big capital projects from the legislature. So yeah, we'll continue to do that. I will tell you, we have been working in the biggest grant that this city hopefully will ever have. And that's the FEMA public assistance, so that we get reimbursed for probably anywhere from $10 to $15 million worth of expenditures related to the storm. That's an incredible amount of work also, but we'll certainly do that as we go through the budget, and we'll start, and it's absolutely correct, it's incumbent on the administrative side to work with each department head as we're looking at our budgets for the next several years.
Next on the agenda is Shoemaker Advisors, Jim Taylor.
We have with us, and thank you, Jim, I think we told you you're here for the 4-hour meeting. This is Jim Taylor, Vice President with Shoemaker Advisors, essentially now our main contact with all things legislative, executive up in Tallahassee. So Jim, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Absolutely. Happy to be here. And it is okay you're running long. You know, I got 4 boys under the age of 8, and it is okay that I'm going to be missing putting them down tonight, you know. So, but thank you so much for letting me be here today. I have been with Shoemaker Advisors for about 2.5 years. And I've been on your particular account since about August. And you guys have great staff in Robin and Megan Powers. I will tell you, I represent a lot of cities. I have formerly worked for a county, and I tell you, I think maybe 2 rings goes by and then Megan picks up her phone. I know she's on vacation this week, but it is, you need to know, that's an exceptional worker you have right there. But I've been on the account for about 6 months. My colleague, Alan Susky, he runs our Tallahassee operation. He is based in Tallahassee. He is not here because we've got snow. And I think I'm actually going to print out that email saying that Tallahassee is shut down because of snow. But he has been, he's represented this city for several years. He is actually a huge part of Pinellas County. He actually used to work for Congressman Young back in the day, helping with appropriations. I just think that's good for you to know that he has a lot of sweat equity with the Barrier Islands and especially Madeira Beach. He extends his gratitude, wishes he could be here as well. And he has done a yeoman's job on those appropriations that were alluded to earlier. But as mentioned, Jim Taylor, I actually live just over the bridge in Tampa, born and raised right there. My family has a beach condo just 2 miles south of here. But don't worry, we spend all of our restaurant money at John's Pass. So this is home. This is home for me. This is home for my boys, my wife. This is where we vacation. So it is a personal privilege to be able to lobby, advocate on your behalf. Prior to working for Shoemaker Advisors, I was the government relations director for Hillsborough County. So I've actually loved this dialogue over the past 2.5 hours, and prior to doing government relations, worked for a county commissioner. So I understand when it's 4:45 p.m. on a Friday afternoon and the phone rings, and it's a developer or it's a business owner saying, hey, I need my permit, or I need my CO because I need to sell burgers and beer. I get that. And I understand the pressure in particular that you feel on a day-to-day basis. I live in Tallahassee, but I go to Tallahassee weekly, obviously not there this week, but go up typically on Monday, come back Wednesday, Thursday when the job is done, rinse and repeat, do that through the legislative season. Go to the next slide. So these are the appropriations over the past several years that our firm, and in particular Alan Susky, has been incredibly successful in getting for the city. Roadway projects, we got the Johns Pass dredging, which was a huge one. I believe Representative Cheney was big on that project as well. And we are working with Robin and his staff to again identify those projects as we look to start the legislative session March 4th. Go to the next slide. And so here's the Senate leadership. And in particular, and why this is actually great for Madeira Beach, is obviously we've got Senator Ed Hooper. He is the chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee. We are actively working with him to say, hey, what are going to be the priorities? How big, hopefully, are going to be these buckets of money that are going to be negotiated with his counterparts in the House, but it's going to be big for us as we, again, identify what these particular appropriation projects are going to be, how big of the request, how much can be scalable, and the Senate Majority Leader, Senator Boyd, he will be the Senate President in 2 years. He represents Anna Maria Island and Manatee County, also represents Barrier Island. They're going through the same repair restoration that your community is going through as well. So it's great to have back-to-back, very empathetic and understanding partners on the Senate side. We'll go to the next slide. And if I'm going too fast, you let me know. We've got on the House side Representative Lawrence McClure, he's going to be writing the budget for the House. He represents a good portion of Hillsborough County. We have worked with him on major appropriations. He is a huge advocate for the West Central Florida part of the county. And then Speaker Perez, he represents South Florida, Miami District. Next slide. I don't have to explain this slide. This is your Pinellas County delegation. All the state senators, state representative, they just did have their delegation meeting a week and a half ago, where they open it up and they get to hear from whether it's elected officials, nonprofits, most importantly, citizens to come and say, hey, what their priorities are. So that was about a week and a half ago. Another great thing for our part of the state and for Pinellas County is Senator DeSigli. It's already been referenced. He, of course, came and spoke before this body about 2 weeks ago. He is going to chair the subcommittee that more than likely is going to be the appropriations that we file on your behalf are going to first and foremost go to his committee. So we have already been meeting with him. I met with him last week. He wants to know, hey, what are the flavor of the projects you're hearing, especially out of Pinellas County? So we've been talking with him about what these projects are looking like, dollar amount, and he's like, hit me over the head with a dollar amount. If they're high, it is what it is, but we need to have a realistic understanding as budget writers what we're dealing with and what it truly is going to cost to get our coastal communities back up and running. A big item, legislative item that he is working on, and he may have referenced it 2 weeks ago, and it goes to the dialogue that was at the very beginning of this meeting, is permitting process. That might be one of his primary pieces of legislation that he pursues this year. Being that I'm used to work for Hillsborough County and represent a slew of cities, just kind of dialoguing what does that look like? Because obviously we got hit, with unprecedented storms back to back, and it's going to take a long while to get these homeowners, these business owners up and running. So I think he's got a skeleton of what he may want, but he is still processing in terms of what the meat behind that policy will look like. But he definitely wants, the cities and counties to know that that is something in particular that he is looking on, so that next year, if we have another storm event, how can we expedite these homeowners? I mean, hearing that a resident can come in and do one-on-one dialogue with staff. I mean, I was sitting back there and I perked up. That's amazing if we can get that done. So he's looking for ideas like that on the policy front. And so this is the calendar for our state leaders. We already have a couple of committee weeks that already occurred in December. We had a committee week last week. This week got canceled. More than likely, we're going to have a special session Monday, Tuesday that the governor called, that he is currently negotiating with our House and Senate leaders to see what legislation will actually be filed. And so they are having those meetings literally as we speak. And once we know the actual call and the terms and the policy, we of course will send that over to Robin so you guys can see what will actually be discussed. Immigration, law enforcement are so far kind of the flavor of what we're hearing are going to come out of special session. And then March 4th. As you know, our state lawmakers, they're part-time employees. They work full-time, but they're part-time. And so this is when that 60-day sprint happens. They only have to do one thing during that 60 days, pass a balanced budget, but of course they file thousands of bills, goes through the committee process, winnows that down to several hundred bills that they pass out of the floor. And then they will sine die. They will end May 2nd. So that 60-day sprint is when your team, your Shoemaker Advisor team, Alan Susky and myself are representing this body and your colleagues on appropriations, perhaps a piece of policy that was alluded to earlier. And so we work with our state lawmakers the appropriate ones on your behalf, whether that's our actual Pinellas County delegation or whether it's, other state lawmakers that are on a particular committee, subcommittee of jurisdiction that our appropriations or that our policy has to go through. And of course, Robin and his team and y'all are the subject matter experts on a lot of this stuff. So it is a lot of us saying, hey, we're getting asked about X, Y, and Z. We referenced, potentially being permissible use for mulch. All right. We know we're dealing with Tallahassee, and they do a lot of preemption. And I'm a home rule guy, preserving your ability to do what you think is best. So it is having that dialogue with them to say, hey, there's not the political appetite this year, or there's too many concerns, or we're working with the Florida League of Cities. They've worked on this particular item over the past several years. Here's the history of that. But those are tools that we do on your behalf. And I think, Commissioner, you referenced that you were in Tallahassee last week, and I think we just missed each other coming out of meetings with Senator DeSigley. But those are opportunities where you can absolutely use our office space. So you go up to Tallahassee, you need an office, you need a conference room. Our space is your space, and you can absolutely use that. If you guys come up during the Florida League of Cities Day on the Hill, and I recommend you do that, you absolutely have a space here at the Shoemaker office in Tallahassee. And expectations kind of littered that throughout the presentations. But again, since August, when I came on board working on your behalf, has been working with Robin, kind of identifying those appropriations. The storms came through. Obviously, that shifted our focus a good bit. And then it was, hey, what are your needs? And that's where organically GrantWorks came out. And it was like, well, hey, we represent a company that does just this. Happy to put you in contact. And we've already had 3 meetings for Robin and his team to kind of kick the tires to see what GrantWorks can do, could do for Madeira Beach. And we've got a lot of former elected officials with our firm. So if you've got openings with city staff, we're happy to say, hey, I used to work for Hillsborough, or former Mayor Rick Kreisman. Hey, I used to work for the city of St. Pete. Here's someone I would highly recommend. I'll reach out to them to see if they're willing to put their name in. So we want to be as much of a toolbox for you as we can. Yes, we do your state lobbying, but we've got 365 days of other items as well that we're happy to assist with where possible. So I'm going to stop there. That's the end of my presentation. Would happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Do we have any public comment? Commission comments?
Thanks for coming, Jim.
Absolutely.
Now, wonderful to hear that you've been meeting with Robin.
Yes.
And I'm sorry you had to wait so long, but city staff, they had, you said your kids were under 8.
4 boys under the age of 8.
Well, one of our city staff has a baby that's under 8 months.
All right.
And
Yeah.
that takes priority. So we
Amen.
had to get her home.
Amen. I agree.
So I guess you've been meeting with Robin, so you understand what our needs are, but there's a ton of federal disaster money that's been allocated for undergrounding, for resiliency that isn't typically there. How do we get our fair share? Are you working on that for us?
So if it is federal, just, so we're kind of those clean lines of demarcation, our contract is for state lobbying.
No, I understand, but it comes down, funnels through state, the way I understand.
Well, and so in some, you're absolutely right. In some federal dollars, well, a lot of federal dollars do come through the state. And yes, and that is where we as lobbyists, that does trigger our ability to say, hey, this particular, DEP or DBPR or Department of Commerce, they're developing a competitive grant where, yes, you've got to go after this grant. Here are the terms of the grant. And we will work with you to get that through get that through the process. Whether, again, it's identifying what those grant opportunities are, and then, working with, agency staff as best as we can. It is a competitive bid, but that is where we would absolutely help and assist your team.
With some of the federal dollars, can you help us identify which ones don't come through the state? I'm specifically talking about the undergrounding. I think there was, I'm going to throw a number out, 400 million that President Biden had authorized 6 months ago. I don't know how that's being distributed, but I would assume that it went through the states. But it was, and again, resiliency. I mean, does your team look at those and see how they're broken down and how they're being distributed and allocated?
Absolutely, because again, we have to look to see how that money flows first and foremost. But then there are federal grants, that again, back in my Hillsborough day,
Yeah.
where, cities and counties can directly go after those federal dollars. So the bucket of money resides with, Federal Department of Transportation, their big RAISE grant, so big infrastructure projects, or HHS. I heard mental health funding, and on a personal level, that is a wonderful, throw as much money into mental health funding as possible. But SAMHSA, that is a mental health agency where they've got buckets of money, and it's just having someone to kind of headhunt to look to see what are the parameters of those dollars, to see if it is germane to what your needs are. And some of those dollars are written away to where, yes, it goes to the particular state, and then the state determines how that rolls out. A lot of times when you've got health crisis, that will go to the state, COVID, Zika, and then the state determines how they're going to roll that out. And then they work with the local communities, the local health departments, whatever, again, that local agency that is appropriate to dole those dollars out. It's a spaghettigram. It is, I wish it was easy, but it is a spaghettigram. But so to answer your question, some federal dollars do flow to the state, and then we as your state lobbyists would absolutely help out to identify that, figure, and work with staff to say, hey, you can bid up to $1 million for this. Here are the parameters, because there's red tape, absolutely. Is this something that you guys could go after? And then it's also like, well, hey, this is a federal grant. We're not authorized to assist with that, but here's a federal grant to where, again, your team would then go at that grant, write it, and work with your congressional delegation to try to, pull that money down.
Okay. With the disaster, Hurricane Helene, and you've been sitting through the meeting, we had over 1,700 homes that were impacted. Many of those have to be elevated or rebuilt. So it's everything that these families can do and many families can't, they just have to sell. But the families that can afford to elevate or rebuild, I understand that the acronym, the insurance from FEMA, is it the federal? No, anyway.
FIP insurance?
Yeah, the NFIP, I guess, yeah.
National Flood Insurance Program.
Right. They've changed their rating structure. And I personally know that if you, just to get an idea of what the new insurance rates would be for an elevated home, they are extremely high. So I think they've changed the rating structure in a way that doesn't benefit the elevation of the homes. Where it used to be, you elevated your home above the BFE, above the design flood elevation, and your insurance dropped to $500 a year. Well, now you get a quote and it's $10,000, $11,000 a year. It's a silly number. And many families aren't going to be able to rebuild and then afford not only the additional property taxes, but the insurance that they're going to be required by law to maintain, because that by accepting funding from FEMA or the SBA, you're required to maintain insurance on that in perpetuity, whether you own it or not. So I guess my ask would be that you become more familiar with that and find out, what help can be brought to these families once they elevate their homes to, make sure that the rating structure is fair. There's nothing that really can flood anymore. So why having the high insurance rates?
Yeah. And that's where kind of that spaghettigram of
The state and stuff.
some of that is federal. So some of that is interplay with your congressional members. Obviously, property insurance has been a huge priority for the state. They've had several special sessions over the years to try to alleviate these increases in premium. I mean, on a personal level, yep, I get it. I absolutely, understand. And so what can we do to, our lawmakers, look, what can we do to, stop the nefarious folks that come in to say, hey, you got a crack on the side of your home, or you remember that hailstorm that came through yesterday? You need a new roof, and I'll make sure you get approved. How do we stop that? What's unique about Pinellas County, unique to your Barry Island, is just that. You've got that huge coastline. I live in, northeast Hillsborough County across from a lake, so I'm not as threatened, with flooding, but that is unique to Pinellas County. And, where the state can help out, that is where the consistent and concise dialogue and cadence with your state lawmakers, it can't stop. Because first off, they don't know what they don't know. And I say that with respect, because they go up to Tallahassee, they've got their bills, and they've got to sit on 3 committees. And so they are ingesting so much policy, as well as meeting with their local electeds, with their local citizens, and all the lobbyists that represent other entities that impact, them in committee. That's where it's like, hey, specific to Madeira Beach, again, the entire discussion workshop that you had at the very beginning, that's unique to Madeira. Not all communities on this Barrier Island are dealing with that. And so that's where it is that, again, that consistent, concise cadence. And our team helps with that. You come to Tallahassee and you've got meetings already on the books, or you come to Tallahassee and you're like, hey, Jim, it's very important, because in front of, Senator Boyd, who worked in the insurance world, who understands exactly what you're getting at. He's running a bill, and I at least would like to get these facts and figures in front of him. Okay, great. We'll work on getting that meeting, and we're going to come with you. Just so they at least have the data points. But property insurance is always going to be, on the front burner until we see premiums come down. And I don't think they quite are, which means there's still a lot of work to do. But I hope that touches on some of what your
It does,
spirit
but
of your question.
We all elevate our homes and then are still impacted by these huge insurance costs, which it wasn't that way just a few years ago. So something changed. And I'm trying to do some research on that myself to find out. And, but the people in Tallahassee, they should know, especially if they're in the, came from the insurance industry. They should definitely know. So, I mean, I know you're only talking to the state officials, but they're talking to the feds. So, have to push where we can. Appreciate it.
Well, and again, what's unique to Pinellas and what's unique to your cities, because again, Pinellas is not Hillsborough. Hillsborough is not Palm Beach. Palm Beach is not Escambia. You know, so it's good, you know, for everyone to recognize the uniqueness. And, you know, you first started talking about basically the federal requirement for the flood insurance. Well, where I'm in Hillsborough, I don't have to deal with that. Now we do with our place, you know, in Treasure Island, you know, but again, it is our lawmakers, that's where term limits kicks in, you know, good or bad. You know, I'm agnostic right now as to good or bad with term limits, but you have so much turnover with our lawmakers, which means there's a lot of educating to get, you know, a state representative who may represent a very rural community who does not understand the unique challenges that are to Madeira Beach. So that's why data points are huge. So the examples you just referenced are wildly important, because when we meet with state lawmakers, you've got 20 minutes and you got 15 minutes of their attention span. So it's got to be digestible data points that they can do something with. So,
Great.
thank you.
Thanks for coming out, Jim.
Happy to be here.
Jim, thank you for being here today.
Absolutely.
So, as far as Tallahassee, I'd like to suggest this board to at least consider going up to Tallahassee once a year during that period, as you just described. I was there a week and a half ago, and it was really amazing. I met with just about every legislator that is in local area, whether it's senators or representatives. I met with all of them, and they all always welcome you to go in and say hi to them and spend a little time. So as far as if that becomes a decision that this board would like to take, and it doesn't have to be everybody, anybody can go up on their own representing the city, how would you accommodate us there? Would you be able to set up appointments with a variety of legislators to spend half hour, an hour with them, maybe half hour, 15 minutes to express some concerns?
You'll get about 20, 25, especially when session begins. But absolutely, that's a part of, you know, again, it's also setting expectations as well. You know, right now we're in committee weeks, so there a lot of, you know, PowerPoint presentations that they're getting from department head, agency heads. We'll start seeing bills being filed and being heard in committee, the latter parts of committee week. But then once we get into that 60-day sprint, so if you're like, hey, Jim, I'm going to come, so there's 9 weeks of session. So we break it out week by week. If you come, you know, say, hey, I'm going to come week 8, I'm going to be like, well, that's not going to be a great week to come, because they are on the floor all day and you're going to meet with their staff. And I used to work for a state lawmaker, and the last 30 days of session, I probably met with 80% of the meetings just because of the rhythm of their particular day. So we would work with you and work with anyone that would come to say, hey, you know, the Florida League of Cities, they've been referenced a lot. They have their day on the Hill. I would say that's low-hanging fruit. I would say maybe come that day, because a lot of the talking points are going to be the same. You know, where you're going to be talking about, you know, of course, you know, home rule, you're going to be talking about preemption, and then your particular, you know, deals that affect your particular communities. But we would work with setting up those meetings. They will be 30 minutes max, and 50-50 if it's their aide or the state lawmaker. And then, of course, like I said, we would house you at our office, so you had a place to, you know, set up shop and whatnot. But we would absolutely work with this elected body.
Okay, and of course, you're a consultant, and we pay you for your consulting. Just in your own words and understanding, would you, and I know you've done some fundings for a variety of items. In your own words, could you just tell this board and the citizens your job duty for what you're getting paid for. So
Happy to. Happy to. We get to lobby and advocate for the needs of the city of Madeira Beach. So whether that is an appropriation, whether that is a grant, whether it's policy, whether it's working with a department agency, professionals, we assist with that. Robin has a unique issue that he's got to work with your utility provider and you're hitting a roadblock. Say, hey, Jim, hey, Alan, do you know someone at such and such? You know what? We do. Let us make a call for you. So simply, we lobby and we advocate for the priorities of this board.
so generally, we need to reach out to you with any concerns we might have, right, in general terms.
That is, we leave that up to the particular client, how they do it. So whether that's through Robin, through Megan, or directly to myself, whatever everyone is the most comfortable with. Again, having led the government relations team at Hillsborough County, I had my contract lobbying team. And, we said, hey, I'm your initial, come to me first. And then if it reaches to a point where we need to get our county administrator or we need to get a particular county commissioner, we'll make it happen. But of course, the elected official trumps me. So if my county commissioner says, no, our lobbying team, I need them to contact me directly because this is my issue. All right. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
So, and then last, just to Commissioner Kerr's point, if there are grants available, would you typically just go and read about all the grants that may be available and we may be able to tap into it? Would that something you would do?
That is something we absolutely can do. And I would say it's both and. So it's staff, and it happened yesterday where another client said, hey, Jim, I see this grant in DEP. We think that this actually would be great for a project we're working on. Can you verify? Yep, happy to. So we do that, as well as the inverse to say, hey, Madeira Beach, we know the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund, resiliency, whatever bucket of money there may be. Hey, they're going to open that window up to apply in 2 to 3 weeks. Here you go. Let me know if this is something that you think your city may go after, and we'll do our part to assist and advocate for that competitive grant. So to answer your question, both and.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jim.
Next on the agenda is John's Pass dredging update, Aptum presentation.
So Mayor and Commissioner Weetheben, thank you for waiting. We have Natalie Sharp and James Austin here from Aptum. They have been our contracted firm for the dredging at John's Pass, which has been a couple of years. Again, the city received the appropriation, as Jim pointed out. Their firm was pretty substantial along with Representative Cheney, in getting the grant to us. So turn it over to Nicole to give an update.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thanks for having us here tonight. Honored to give you an update on the Johns Pass dredging project. I think the last time I was at your commission meeting was updating you on some aquatic vegetation surveys that we were doing in order to appease National Marine Fisheries Service about potential impacts from the projects. So we submitted that information to the Corps of Engineers, who passed it along to National Marine Fisheries Service. So we are in the process of going through requests for additional information. So we provide them all the information on the project, how we're going to dredge it. The proposed maximum dredge depth, as we discussed previously, is minus 12.7 feet NAVD. So the plan is to go out there and remove that shoal. But the Corps of Engineers, of course, along with the State Department of Environmental Protection, wants to be ensured that we're going to not have any adverse impacts to the environment. So we're going through that process of providing them information and reassurances that this project is not only beneficial for the community, but also beneficial for the functioning of the inlet system. As we saw when the bridge was moved slightly landward in 2010, we did see that shoaling did become problematic. And that is one thing that we had to coordinate with the Florida Department of Transportation on, is because the bridge pilings are right where we want to dredge. And they spent a very pricey tag to get that beautiful new bridge out there in 2010. So we negotiated a 12-foot buffer around those pilings. So we're allowed to dredge around that. So I think that was a very positive step forward, that they said, yes, you can do in-water work around our pilings. And they had a concern about an outfall that's also in the project area. So we have to have an avoidance dredge area there and around the pilings. But the DOT's set, and we're just in the final stages of trying to get your state and federal permits. We provided them all the additional information. So now we are just waiting to hear back from them on their timelines. So with that, I can speak all day on the project, but I know you might have specific questions, so feel free to ask them.
Do we have any public comment? Commission?
Just timeline, that's really, I think that's top of mind.
Okay. So the State Department of Environmental Protection, they have about a 45-day timeline from when the information was provided. The state did not want us to submit our request for additional information response until they came out to the project site. I don't know if they weren't watching the news. They asked to come out about 3 days after the passage of Hurricane Helene and when Milton was also forming. So we informed them that Madera Beach is going through a pretty big recovery effort right now. And they didn't understand how they couldn't get into the community. And we said, well, you can if you want to try. There's a lot of emergency response going on. So I think they finally realized that the city was greatly impacted by the storms. So they requested the site visit to be January 14th. Robin and Optum staff were out there with our DEP permit processor, Alana, and we were able to walk through her responses. She had some questions, and dolphins graced us with their presence while we were out there. So we were able to get that response in. So I'm thinking probably in about 30 days, we should hear back from the State Department of Environmental Protection. The Corps of Engineers, they do have a timeline with consulting with the agencies. So it's traditionally about 30 days from when they receive all complete information. And the key word is complete, because they can say, well, I have a question on this, it's not complete. So that's where my project engineer that I have here, James, he contacts our federal permit processor, Edgar, frequently to remind him that we're here. So on a weekly basis, he rings up Edgar and asks him what's the status of our permit, or sends him an email. So it's pretty much just, being the squeaky wheel here, making sure that they know we want to go out to bid as soon as possible. We want to get this project implemented and, bring back the flow to the system that, has been impacted by the installation of the bridge and other natural processes.
Great. Will boat traffic be impeded in any way during the dredging?
It really won't be. So one of the most important things for a project is we try not to impact the residents, the commercial aspects, the tourists utilizing the area. So there will be an area where they should not be coming into, the active dredge area, but the project is so off to the side of the main channel that they can go under the bridge and they really won't be impacted. We dredge a lot smaller passes, and they're open during the dredging events. So it's just maintaining a safe distance from the dredge when it's open.
And I understand the dredged sand will be used as renourishment on our beaches or not?
So the sand needs to be disposed of.
Okay.
There is some sand that is beach compatible, but a majority of it is not. So when the dredger is trying to get that sand, if he has to selectively dredge, you'll have a very high unit cost, which would make the project a lot higher than anticipated. So we look at sand color in a way, it's called a Munsell color. you want it to be about a 7, so it's a nice yellow-white color. There was some 5s, which is a brown color, so you don't really want to see that on the beach. There's a rule called the Florida Sand Rule that depicts what sand quality we can place on the beach. So that also, some of the sand didn't follow in the rules with that. So based upon the information from our geotechnical investigation that occurred about 2-3 years ago, it's best to put it at an upland site. So we worked with Robin. We have identified some upland park facilities that could benefit from the sand. A lot of these areas did take receiver sand from all the overwash that did occur. So if those sites are full, we will go to an upland disposal facility and dispose of it there.
Thank you. Just anxious to see that all happen.
Yes, we are
Thank you.
too. Thank you.
So you've been through permitting with Army Corps, DEP, and DOT.
Yes, yes.
Any other permitting agency?
Well, we have accommodating agencies, so that's where National Marine Fisheries Service falls in, Fish and Wildlife Service, and then Fish and Wildlife Commission. So we have a lot of agencies and a lot of resource commissions that are commenting on the project. But the DOT was the most important permit to get because during our pre-application meetings, both the state and federal government's permitting agencies said, we won't permit this unless the DOT says yes, because you are right in the middle of the bridge. So the DOT permit was the important one to get. So now we're just moving through the process of both the state and federal resource agencies.
So you have DOT permit, but you're
Yep.
working on the rest of them.
Yes, so the DOT permit was issued in December of 2023.
So how long have you been in permitting with DOT?
I think it was about a year or so with the DOT. So just providing reasonable assurances that the dredging around the pilings wouldn't be impacted. And the issue with the outfall is we were told there was an outfall, but no one could find any documentation of it. So we had to go back and forth, contact this person, find this person. We finally were put in touch with the right person. And they say, yeah, here's the details on the outfall. Here's the specs. Here's the depth of it. So once we were able to get that information, then the permit was issued rapidly after that.
So once you have all the permits in hand, then you can go to work, right?
Correct, yes.
How long will it take you to dredge?
We're anticipating 30, maybe 45 days to dredge. That's with getting the dredge on site, getting all the equipment that they need, the dewatering equipment in the parking lot, and then moving the dredge off site.
Do you anticipate you might be finished by June?
So it depends on how quickly the agencies can issue their permits. One key thing is if they say, yes, we're going to issue the permits, we ask for draft permits and we can put them in the bid package and go out to bid. So if we are able to get permits in place by then, our goal is to push as hard as we can to get out there by June because we know it's a very key date for the funding.
And if we're not there, you'd be requesting an extension?
Yes, we would.
Yes.
How long ahead of June 15th would you have to request that extension? 30 days?
I think
It
it's
can
about,
be at any time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they told us any time, but we'll do it
Yeah.
well. And I mean, certainly at least 30 days out, but probably more.
we'll know at least 60 days if we're not out to bid by a certain date. You know, you have a certain time that you have to go out to bid and then getting everything, the contracting, all the insurance paperwork, the bonds back and forth. So we'll know if permits aren't in hand by a certain date, then we need to request that extension.
And you're fairly sure that the extension will be granted?
They already told us if you need an extension, it can be 6 months till December 31st.
Okay, thank you.
So the Corps of Engineer permit is the one we're waiting on,
And the DEP.
and the DEP. So we had expected to have the Corps permit in May of 2024.
Mhm.
And so it's going to end up being almost a whole year later than anticipated. Is there any reason to think that there would be any additional extensions or issues in receiving the permits?
I don't think so. The Corps' questions that they asked were rather straightforward. We've been in contact with Edgar at the Corps of Engineers, walking him through our responses, and he was pretty happy with what we provided them. So I think we're in a very good position with the Corps of
So
Engineers.
if I was a resident just wanting, because I was asked to ask this, If we had anticipated receiving this permit in May of 2024, why are we still waiting on a permit in January of 2025? How would you answer that?
So we were waiting on we had to get the DOT permit and that was.
We had
delayed.
that.
Well, we had it in December of 2023.
Right.
But we had to revise the final engineering, update the construction drawings. We had to put in a turbidity monitoring plan that was requested. So there was a little bit more work that was requested from the state through the issuance of that permit that we had to push forward to the other permits.
So would it be fair to say that it was just a miscommunication to the city? And that was why we didn't know there was a delay? I'm asking because, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but I am trying to understand that we as a city had been told that we would have a permit by May 2024. And now we're January 2025 and we're still waiting on that same permit.
I would like to say permitting is one of the most complex
understand.
issues of any project. We have a community right now that's going through, it's a very complex project. They're in year 4.5 of permitting. So these projects, sometimes we talk to the state or the federal permit processor and they're like, oh yeah, it's good. Yeah, we're 45 days. So we base what we're getting from our permit processors. Sometimes they sit on the projects, not because they're not doing their due diligence, but when emergencies come into a community, they prioritize the emergency projects over the more maintenance projects. So we had Hurricane Idalia, Helene, and Milton. So that did cause a little bit of delay because other projects were reprioritized during the review process.
So I think that it came in some method of information to us that there was an additional permit or signature or something that they wanted that was delayed in coming. All I would say is, in my opinion, just being not the person doing the work, but the person critiquing, is that somewhere there was a lack of communication, whether it was from you to us, from us to us. There was some lack of communication that's created a great deal of distrust in the community that we weren't truthful. So I was trying to figure that out. How did that happen that we wouldn't know? Because I understand permitting and understand that, especially when you're dealing with the government in permitting, that there's always the opportunity for delay. But it would be interesting to me to understand where that breakdown happened. But I'm looking, excuse me, forward to getting a permit and can't wait until it's done. So thank you for coming.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is Q1 fiscal year 2025 financial presentation, including post-hurricane update.
So Mayor and Commission, we've provided and we will continue to provide this at least every month to show you where we are financially during post-storm. And this is the, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Andrew for here in a moment, but looking at October, November, December, and looking at our revenues, expenditures, where we are. After, we will follow up with a look at our facilities and the damages for our facilities, our equipment, and where we are particularly with repairs to quite a few of those facilities still pending.
Great, thank you, Robin.
Thanks, Andrew.
So just want to give a little financial overview, looking at the first 3 months that has elapsed in fiscal year 2025, and do a 3-year comparison and see what that looks like compared to those same 3 months in fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2023, to observe whether or not the hurricane has had significant impact in any certain areas of revenue collection, albeit taxes, intergovernmental revenues, and charges for services. So I laid that out in a graphical depiction and also provided that in a table in those columns. So let's run through that real quick, and then we'll walk through where we stand currently in year-to-date hurricane expenses, and then the damage assessment that's updated. Both of those I've already presented to you in a previous workshop setting, but just wanted to provide you some updated information and figures on that. So just first slide is just our ad valorem taxes, October through December. We have had a steady increase from 2023 to 2024 to 2025, from a little less than 4 million to about 4.2 or 3 million, then almost 5 million. So that's great news. However, I think the bad news is going to be later on in the spring and summer, as I've mentioned to you all previously, where homeowners will have the opportunity on improved residential properties to be able to submit an online application with the property appraiser, which is the DR 465, for if they've had a period of at least 30 days where their property was uninhabitable, then they can submit that with all the required documentation and receive a partial refund, of which then we will feel that impact later on in fiscal year 2025 that will be netted against future collections. But so far, so good. We've received almost $5 million of ad valorem tax revenue. Then on the non-exchange revenue side, in the next section, 2025 in gray, 2024 in orange, 23 in blue. Also, and then we can see where there are some dips a little bit on the CST, that communication services tax, since that's borne by residential properties. So we can see maybe some hurricane effects from that. State shared revenues largely consistent. Franchise fees somewhat consistent. Utility services tax, not a terrible decline either. And then local option use and fuel taxes also. So no major significant declines with those non-exchange revenues, other taxes, franchise fees, state shared revenues that I find to be severely alarming. Then if you go on to the next slide on the building and planning revenues, then there, yes, you will see some decline given that the waiving of permit fees for the hurricane damage related permits. So we are seeing that decline in gray on permit inspection and plan review fees from 2023, a little over 200,000 for the first 3 months of 23 to almost 250,000 in 24, then down to less than 100,000 in 2025. But then impact fees, we have seen some increase from 23, 24 to 25, perhaps much to the chagrin of Commissioner Kerr, but we have been seeing those those increases in the impact fees even in 2025. Business tax receipts have been relatively flat for those first 3 months. Then for the fees for services, fire EMS contractual, that's not going to be really affected by the disaster. Those are contractual amounts with some slight year-over-year increases. Sanitation, stormwater charges, those we've been collecting on those, and we have over the years reaped a little extra revenue dollars in the increases in our fees and collection manual and some of those, at least on the sanitation side. So that's been consistent so far. So no major drops in sanitation revenues. As long as they have a home, once they believe there's a demo permit, then they can be removed from that service. But until then, even if the home's not inhabited, currently they are paying their sanitation fees. And then we do have a dip in the recreation and marina fees from 23 to 25. Parking's taken the biggest hit on the next slide, run pretty consistent 23 to 24 on the 600,000 level. And then we're dropping a little under 200,000 on parking fees and fines. You can see also a pretty precipitous decline from 23 to 25. And then the next slide just prepares those exact numbers for each of those areas that we discussed. So looking from October through December of 23 to October, December 24, we had a 13% increase, but then that down to a net 4% decrease. All in all, that 4% decrease, not bad, but a lot of that is due to the increase in the ad valorem collections of almost $600,000 from 2024 to 2025. So we have yet to feel the impacts of that over the course of the year.
And Andrew, if I may, our budget for the current fiscal year for ad valorem tax is about 5.7 million. The total budget for the year for ad valorem taxes for just that row is about 5.7 million.
Yep, I could pull that up real quick. I
And
know I have that.
Again, as I think we've stated before, going forward during this fiscal year, through, and I forget the date, whether March 1st or March 31st, property owners can request for a refund. If you have been displaced, you're not living in your property, you can apply to the, I believe it's through the Pinellas County Property Appraiser for a refund. It's a partial refund of what you have paid or your bill for the current year. But those will be credits. or-
Your deadline is March 1st, and
March 1st.
there is an online application process that you can go through from pcpao.org and the property appraiser's website. And the ad valorem taxes budget is 5.78 million total. Okay, and then I lost my place. Oh, boy. I just closed it. Let me open it again. Okay, so then the next slide. So this is October through November. I provided these revenues because they're in a month in arrears, and the collections and processing in our accounting system didn't quite be complete for those December collections. So I narrowed that because I didn't want to show October through December on 23 and 24, but only October through November on 25. So to compare apples to apples, I did it just on October through November collection on these other non-exchange revenues. So you can see that in the comparison there. So yes, some decline, but not overly significant. So from 477,000 in 24 to 383,000 in 2025. That's on the revenue side. If no questions, just to walk through on the expense side. So some of the big unanticipated expenditures on the expense side has been in the non-departmental department, which we created a general ledger account string called disaster-related expenses. We also have in our projects and grants module within our system 2 different projects, Hurricane Milton, Hurricane Helene. So we're charging FEMA eligible expenses relating to these disasters to each of those projects, and often they're hitting that GL string in that non-departmental department. So you can see in this schedule here, we are significantly over budget on non-departmental, and so those areas that we're experiencing some overage on the budget, I have explanations for those, and then intend to bring that forth to you all in an upcoming budget amendment. As Robin mentioned, we'll be doing a mid-year budget amendment. So these, at a minimum, are the 4 that I want to bring to you, but call to your attention here. So one is the hurricane disaster-related expenses. We want to do a budget amendment for approximately $15 million. That's going to be largely on the debris removal. And to give you a little bit of reassurance, we have already received over $6 million from FEMA through the Florida Division of DEM, Division of Emergency Management, through an application process that I initiated that was an estimate of what we think those costs were going to be, got the 50%. And so we actually have that cash in hand, which is great from a liquidity perspective. So we've got money up front, which is unheard of, unlike many other FEMA disasters where you have a long-waited receivable that over years you finally collect on. So this is good. We got that money up front for some of those, a good portion of the debris removal expenses. Then just the other ones were just some misses that we had in the budgeting process. The Pinellas share of PCSO annual contractual costs, we just under budgeted that one. That's causing our law enforcement department to be going over budget. Same thing and then in our information technology, a lot of that is with Integris, our outsourced IT provider. So we have a purchase order for the virtual chief information security officer services That's for 60,000. That didn't get incorporated in our fiscal year 2025 budget. So we want to make an amendment to increase the IT department budget for those particular information security officer services provided by our IT provider. And then in our compensation classification study from Garrett Group, we're incurring those expenses in 2025, but we did not budget them in the HR department, Human Resources Department, but should have. So we want to clean that up in a budget amendment for $50,000. So those are the four there, and that's just to give you an overview of our actual year-to-date compared to budget, plus outstanding encumbrances that we have through purchase order commitments. Then the next is just going through your hurricane-related expenses. We have Helene and Milton. Obviously, one is much higher than the other. As we've discussed, one caused significantly more damage on the flooding side with Helene. Next slide is our expenses incurred our largest vendors. So this 3.297 million represents, probably almost 80% of our total costs. And so you can see where we've spent those to date. This is actually spent, not necessarily encumbered that we'll spend in the future, what we've actually processed through our system and cut checks for. And that's what totaling about 3.3 million there. You can see the vendors in the description. And then the same thing with Milton. That's largely the same as what it was before, so much less Milton-related expenses that we've incurred and paid. Then the last is just our damage assessment. We've provided this before to you all. I just wanted to provide it again. A lot of the same repeat information. We have made some edits based on more recent information available. This is our full damage inventory. Some of these things mainly are facilities. In our facilities section, and our vehicles and equipment are subject to insurance reimbursement. Some of those we have gotten insurance checks for. And others, we've seen reports from our insurance provider that we're working with where we do have approved payments. And so that'll all just get netted out to what we'll submit for reimbursement to FEMA. But this is all going into that damage inventory that we're providing to FEMA, and then going through the long, arduous reimbursement request process as we go through the administering our FEMA grant. But these will all be subject to that. And so that consists of land and infrastructure, facilities, and vehicles and equipment. That's it for my presentation. I'll take any questions if you have them.
Do we have any public comment? Commissioners?
Mayor, I'm confused. The compensation and classification study from Garrett Group, I specifically remember supporting that and voting for it because it was budgeted already, $50,000, and it's like 38, something like that. Where was the discrepancy?
So I believe that started in 2024. I did check our 2024 budget. We had 50 or 55,000 in the city manager department in 2024. But I believe that was where we had budgeted. We did not spend anything under that line item. And so that just didn't carry over, but should have to the 2025 budget.
So you're just going to shift it?
So we're
basically
essentially just need to increase our 2025 budget. We had unspent funds from that in 2024, but the budget is an annual document. So what we should have done and said, is identify this was budgeted in 24, unspent. We should have included our 2025 budget.
I just needed clarification on that. Thank you.
Really unrelated to the budget, but for what is not being covered by FEMA, would this be something that we'd want to take to the grant writer or try to get retroactive grants for? Is that possible?
Well, we can evaluate. We'll be very aggressive in our approach to submit everything as eligible, and then we'll go through that process with FEMA that they'll determine something may be ineligible. So a little premature to determine what.
Oh yeah, I understand you have FEMA and you have insurance. I'm just wondering what's
the net of that. I'm not sure would be grant eligible through some other means, but it's certainly something we can explore.
Yeah, I'm looking at the you know, pavements that, parking areas that were just destroyed. Is that something that's under, well, I guess you're gonna submit it and see what happens?
We're gonna submit it. It's speculative at this time to know whether or not there's any portions of that that will not be, but our understanding is those infrastructure type items are certainly fair game for reimbursement.
Great.
And we've discussed these the grant processes by categories, sort of what Andrew stated and what the what the spreadsheet shows. But we've discussed, I guess it's categories A through,
Z, well,
through
there's Z,
Z.
but it's not every letter of the alphabet.
yeah, but not every, but they're all specific to the damage and what category it falls under. And we've had 3 meetings with FEMA representatives, 2 over the phone, Zoom, and 1 in person. And pretty much their comment was to submit, we went through nearly everything that is on these sheets to place into one of those categories. So for reimbursement. The comment at our in-person meeting was, if you have an invoice, submit it. You have an invoice, submit it. So that's what we're doing. A lot of what are on these spreadsheets, they have not, we're waiting for proposals, we're waiting to issue bids, quotes. We still have to follow our purchasing ordinance, so that's why these are where they are. And we can, after your questions, or at any point, have Megan kind of give a brief overview over a couple of these, but I just wanted to state that.
Great, thank you. I mean, no need to go through any line items. A great summary. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioners, comments?
I'm looking at the ad valorem tax, year 2023, 2024, and 2025. That's on page 101. How do you project 2025 ad valorem tax to be even greater than last year? How do you project that?
Well, when we budget for that, we know what the assessed taxable values are, and then we know what our millage rate is. So those are assessed on January 1st. We get that information around May or so of each year. Then their final, I can't recall the exact date, in May or June. And so it's basically a simple calculation of what your assessed taxable value, multiplied by your millage rate. So that's how we budget. And then I think we budget for that at 95%. So we'll still be receiving ad valorem tax collections. Homeowners take advantage of a higher discount by paying earlier, but some pay in January, February, March. Then we've got delinquent collections after that. So we will still be collecting. The concern is for this fiscal year 25 is through that DR 465 application process, that those refunds that will be that the tax collector, through its partnership with the property appraiser, so you go through the application process with the property appraiser, gets communicated to the tax collector, that then submits the refunds directly to those property owners. And then those refunds will get netted against the proceeds that we would normally be receiving, typically around that time on a monthly basis. So that will dwindle significantly.
Yeah, Commissioner, I mean, property taxes increase one of 2 ways from year to year. The value of the property increases. We've been the beneficiaries of sizable property value increases over the last probably decade. And what you see, the 23 to 24 to 25, albeit just the dollar amounts we have kept the same millage rate, but the value of all taxable property in our city, I believe from 23 to 24 increased about 14%. And I think from 24 to 25, about 9 or 10%, if I'm recollecting.
I think that's about right, yeah.
But it's been double digits or nearly double digits for a few years. So we hear from some property owners, well, it's a tax increase. Well, it is a tax increase because property taxes, again, 2 components. the valuation, which the property appraiser sets every January 1st, and then the actual tax rate or the millage rate. For us, it's 2.75 for every $1,000 in value, and the 2.75 represents about 16 to 17% of the total taxable millage rates. Again, multiple millage rates, school district, county, PSTA, et cetera.
So you don't think this hurricane has an effect on the
Well,
tax?
It will.
It certainly will.
It will, but not yet.
Right. When
Right,
those properties get assessed for January 2025.
Well, it'll be two components. As we've stated, property owners are currently eligible. If you've been displaced, you can apply for a refund. And we will see those refunds will begin to be issued at some point this calendar year. And for property, we have a few hundred vacant properties. People are not living in them. We're inferring that they're going to apply for the refunds. They will receive a partial refund. We don't know the amount just yet. We're hoping to get some estimates over the next, probably sometime in April, based on how many applied through March 1st. And that will impact us later, likely later this fiscal year, possibly even into the beginning of next fiscal year 26. Then the second component will be properties have been evaluated this month by the property appraiser. The impact may be that if there's a vacant lot and there's no longer a structure, then the property appraiser will appraise the vacant lot and no structure won't be. So instead of 600,000 last year, it'll be 400,000, just to give you an estimate. And so that will impact us for next year's budget when we receive the appraisal for the entire city. And we're expecting that that will be less. However, as has been stated in prior meetings here, there are people who are, tearing down, building new homes. Now, they likely will not be done this year, or they weren't done by January, by this month. So that'll be impacted next January for the budget in fiscal 27. Once we receive data, we will provide that to all of you and to give us what our budget next year is going to look a little bit different. And we're going to begin the budget process, as I stated, in March.
So what about fees for like fire, EMS, and also sanitation and stormwater? It just seems like 2025 is greater than 23 and 24. So is that something that you are still projecting? That's sheet 104.
Well, the fire EMS, as Andrew stated, are contractual fees. So they've already been set, and they were a little bit higher because there was a budgeted increase on the part of the county. We are provided funding from the county for EMS. That's what the revenues are. And if you go to our, in our budget document, there's a line item for, I think it's listed as, I think, Reddington Beach agreement or something to that effect. But if you were from the budget for the current year, there was an increase from last year to the current year. So those aren't impacted by the hurricane.
By the hurricane. Now, what about the sanitation and stormwater charges?
And sanitation, similarly, they have not been impacted because they are still being billed. A majority of properties, only those that have obtained a total building demolition, or they're demolishing their house. And I think so far there have been about 15 to 20. I haven't checked today or yesterday, but there were a few demolished today. Once the building permit is approved, the billing stops on the sanitation side. But other than that, everybody is still being billed. It comes every other month in your Pinellas County utility bill, the sanitation fee, the stormwater fee. And so we have an item later this meeting to discuss the sanitation fee. But the stormwater fee is going to continue to be billed regardless, because there's still the stormwater infrastructure that is being used, whether there's a structure or not. But we have not heard from any property owners or residents any concerns about the stormwater fee. But as I stated, we are going to discuss the sanitation fee because there have been some concerns. I'm not living in my house. Why am I being billed the $38.74? Our stormwater fee of $10 a month. So your Pinellas County utility bill will show stormwater, City of Madera Beach, or however it's listed as $20 on each bill, $10 for each month, and that's a flat fee like the sanitation fee.
Thank you.
So I have a couple questions. My questions are more centered on the damage assessment, and I had really hoped that we would have had someone from building here to answer the questions. I think last meeting I asked that we would have city staff to give us updates on their progress and their damages, and I only see two here in the back, and that would be Public Works and Recreation. My question is, on the damage assessment page for facilities, we have the building and community development listed that their repair is in process for the first floor of City Hall and that the estimated cost is $250,000. Do we know what insurance is going to pay for that? And what repair is in process? Do we have plans? Was my understanding that they were getting drawings to reconfigure downstairs?
I mean, yeah, we haven't, that 250,000 is an estimate. We don't have anything yet, and it still needs to go out to bid along with recreation.
So what's in process of repair?
No, I don't know. I actually honestly don't know why it says in process, other than Frank was looking to obtain drawings to redesign some of the walls downstairs. So, but we'll review that and come back, and really just needs to be put back together as has been discussed before.
No,
Yeah, but we'll-
I'm not trying to dictate what they do downstairs. My question is, where are we at in the process of getting what is required or necessary for them to be able to bid it and go back downstairs? I mean, Helene happened in September and we're past the middle of January. So do they have drawings yet?
I
Are
don't
they-
believe so, but we'll see exactly where they are.
Do we have any idea how much insurance is going to pay us for downstairs?
We have received already a payment.
Yeah, I'm seeing it from the schedule. We have a prior payment of 116,526. Then a second proposed payment of 19,681.
Yeah, but just
And
for
then-
downstairs.
That's what I'm seeing. It's City Hall, 300 Municipal Drive, and then BPP for location. So all in, this is from a schedule. So what we've actually received, I think, is 116,000.
For downstairs.
What's kind of proposed from insurance, I think, is 216,000.
Okay. And then I noticed that on this, there is nothing in regards to the rec center being rebuilt. So that, do you want me to wait and ask the rec center when we get to their line item or ask them now?
No, you can, I mean, now, but so they're in the process of issuing, I don't know, Jay will come up, but issuing, similar to downstairs, issuing a bid. And it was on here before, but we'll add it back in, because there should be a line item for recreation center.
Well, it's four items, and that's all rec center, right? I believe the ServPro cost to remove rec center building contents.
So the bid for the building is out right now. I went through one of our partner engineers, or architects to try to get some drawings and some other stuff done. And it came back with a number that I was not comfortable with. And it was well beyond what we needed for a bid. I simplified it and sent the bid back out. So we've got a walkthrough next week. And then in 3 weeks, we have the bid opening, and it will come back to you guys.
Awesome. I know you have to be eager to get back into your home.
Yeah, as soon as possible is
Yeah.
ideal. So, yep.
Okay. That was all I wanted to know.
Yeah, and same for, again, we'll make sure that a bid goes out for downstairs as well. And we'll add the recreation on here. Not sure.
Will do.
Yeah,
If there's no other comments, the next item is Emergency Bridge Loan Program.
Great. I can take this one as well. So in working with a few communities and understanding more about this opportunity, and I know a friend of mine, the finance director at City of Sanibel from, was it Ian? Where they got devastated. They got 13.1 million on this local government emergency revolving bridge loan, so looked into it more. So this is a great program in that it's completely interest-free. So it's a principal-only repayments, and it's meant to supplement operational shortfalls due to revenue loss of things that we've just discussed in this last meeting. Probably the largest, the most impactful will be our loss of ad valorem tax revenues, not to belabor that one, but then right behind it will be our loss of parking revenues. So my ask to commission is to pursue and go forward with the application process. I don't have an exact amount, but what we want to do is evaluate, just like we've done, where our year-to-date compared to prior years, where we are compared to budget, and estimate that shortfall, provide that documentation, and then work with the administrators of this loan program to see what loan the city would be eligible for. And so that's essentially going to be the ask to proceed with that. So we can take that to a regular meeting. We can then make a motion to proceed. Then we can go through that application process, finalize the loan details, and then come back with the more loan specifics on issuing an actual emergency bridge loan. So that's my intention.
So
Do we have any public comment? Commission?
sorry. I think it says it clearly here. I just want to confirm, by us on the board approving this, that you go forward and apply does not mean we're going to have to actually take a loan, but you would be ready if we determined that there's a shortfall someplace because we've lost money in parking or something, we could get that loan and then pay it back interest-free. But we don't have to take a loan. It's just kind of safeguarding.
That's correct. The permission I'm requesting is twofold. One, to pursue it. So that's all I'm going to be asking in the next regular meeting, to make a motion to approve pursuing that, knowing that we do have areas of revenue loss that are seemingly obvious. Parking, the numbers don't lie. Ad valorem, while we haven't seen that, we feel that will be forthcoming. And then work out those details through the application process. Not committing and receiving funds, but then once we have those details right back to you, then would be the final approval for execution or not.
Okay, thank you. I mean, to me, it sounds, I would support this. I think it's a good idea.
If anyone's going to offer to loan you money interest-free for up to 10 years, get as much as you can.
I like where your head's at. Wow. This is why I want to jump on this opportunity. I feel it's a very low to no risk for the city.
It's limited just to revenue loss?
Yep, so this technically cannot be used for any big capital improvement plans. It's to fund operations, right? But then we can take that lost revenue, fund operations, but then use what we had in reserves for capital instead of saying, geez, we got to hang on to these reserves just to, stay operationally solvent. Well, now we've got additional funds coming in to help supplement that loss of revenue to keep operations where they need to be and maintain our capital program as is.
I think this should be the number one on the next agenda at the board meeting for approval. I think we can get you some approval on this one. Thank you.
I'm not sensing a 3-2 vote here. That's good.
Commissioners?
No, I think it's also a great idea. I totally agree that there's no immediate financial impact, and I definitely agree that the emergency bridge loan program is a great idea. So, thank you.
So we could borrow this money, keep it for 10 years, and then if we need it, we can use it, and if we don't after 10 years, just return it back.
I believe there would be a repayment plan. And could there be some element of loan forgiveness? I'm not able to answer that. But boy, wouldn't that be great? But there will be an amount to borrow with repayment terms that will not include interest.
But we would have to use it, apply it to our budget.
I see. So if you don't use it for a certain length of time, you'd have to just return it?
Well, no, I mean, our plan would be that we would use it. Yeah.
Our operating budget will be well in excess of the amount borrowed, so that will not be an issue.
Yeah.
I definitely agree we should borrow the money. I agree with Commissioner Kerr, get as much as you can.
Noted.
Next on the agenda is Public Works, John's Pass North Jetty update.
As Ms. Wepfer comes on, as we updated last meeting, looking at the jetty area has been placed, all the items were removed from the cement that was removed and the rebar and other pieces, and just a walking sand path. So I'll turn it over to Megan.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. As you can see in the memo, it's pretty just up to date on where we've been with Army Corps and Pinellas County. Just to give you a rough estimate, we've met with both, whether it be just a simple meeting or through emails. We have received confirmation from both the county and Army Corps that they both do want to see the design plans just to ensure that it will not be within, say, the mean high tide line. That's for the Army Corps, but they're giving us confidence that it's going to be exempt from a permit. And Pinellas County, they didn't really give us too much information without seeing a design. They did mention that they would want the city to sign a sidewalk agreement with the county. And then they were, I think the last email we received, they were going back and forth with their attorney and wanting more information, but we also have to send them the design plans. I have included some pictures for you. You did see these pictures in the last meeting, but this kind of shows you where the sidewalk was that sat literally on top of the rocks, and then where a potential Moby mat would go. We had talked about putting in a temporary Moby mat just for it to make it more accessible for people to be able to get out to the beach until we rebuild that sidewalk. I did get quotes from our vendor, and as you can see included in on this, it's $6,205 for a 120-foot Moby mat. When we would replace that sidewalk, we could then reuse that Moby mat in another location where we have the depth of the beach. And as you'll see, they come in 100-foot sections. So it'll be 100-foot section, and then the final 20 feet would attach to that. We were going to attempt to go 150 feet, but it was just too long. And we don't have a very wide beach down there. So the potential of a tide to come up and take the end of that map was pretty heavy at 150, so we shortened it up to 120, which would get you just, I'm not sure if anybody has been down there since we installed the signs that you see that say caution uneven surfaces, but the middle one, it would get you just past that middle sign. And then I'm here for any questions.
Do we have any public comment? Commission?
I'd love to see the mat until we build a sidewalk.
Yeah, that length seems fine. I mean, anyone that actually needs the mat to get out there, I don't know that they need to go all the way out to the point.
Yeah, and it would get you a little bit further than what the walkover goes. So, in just a different view, I guess.
Yeah.
But the Mobe mats are very nice. And
Yeah,
like I said, we will reuse that in another location.
Perfect. Thanks.
Great idea. I think it's a great idea.
So the Moby mat will make it accessible just for wheelchair, right? In other words, people on foot, they can still walk on the sand and
You
use
can
it.
absolutely walk on the sand, of course,
Right.
but for anybody who has walked on a Moby mat, it is much easier to walk on a mat than it is to walk on the dry sand.
Yeah.
So for anybody who has any type of walking mobility issues, it's a lot easier on a mat.
Yes, true. So how far would you ultimately, with the concrete, not the Moby mat, but the concrete walk, how far out would you be extending the sidewalk to?
Are you asking after, from where the end of the mat would go to, what we're going to do with the sidewalk is replace it in the exact location that it was. So from the beginning all the way to the end is what we're gonna propose, unless we're told otherwise by Pinellas County or DEP, because they have not been very responsive.
I see, so you would be submitting plans to DEP also beyond the coastal construction control line?
We have to. The coastal construction control line for Johns Pass Park is actually well before where the ponds are. So where the parking lot extends out, that is past the coastal construction control line.
So the coastal construction line is in this image.
Is
You're not
way
seeing it, it's
east.
behind you.
The walkover
Yeah,
where it starts is past the coastal construction control line, if that shows
that's
you.
where the sidewalk was before. Is
No.
that where the
No,
walk?
the sidewalk is exactly where it was in the image on the screen.
That's
That's ex-
basically standing on the little seawall area.
Yes,
And looking west is where that picture was taken from. From the very beginning of where the sidewalk was,
okay.
looking as far as you can see in the picture.
And the width of it will be what?
The same exact width of what it was, and I believe it was 6.5 feet.
Yeah,
It
no, I
can't
got-
go any wider because it sits on rocks. And we can't move the rocks around because then that takes us into a whole different permitting
Well,
category.
you can go further away from the rocks. You can make it wider further away from the rocks.
You have to then bring in more rocks. So we're going with the existing structure of what is there. So as you've seen, when the sand washes away, because it does, because it comes and goes as the tides come and go, the rocks go at all different levels. We cannot change the topography of those rocks unless we get more extensive permits. We've been told that extensively. As long as we don't mess with the surface of what is there
Yeah.
with the rocks and just strictly build that sidewalk on top of that,
Mhm.
we will be okay and exempt from an Army Corps permit. We touch that because that's a federal structure, then it takes us into a different category.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next on the agenda is declare disaster sanitation fee.
And Mayor and Commission, as I had mentioned briefly earlier, we've received probably about a dozen, I don't know if Megan any, or about that amount, of property owners who have stated, well, I haven't been living in my house, I'm displaced. Is there a way for me to not pay the monthly $38.74 fee for sanitation, recycling, yard waste? Again, that's billed 2 months at a time on the Pinellas County utility bill. So in listening to that, and that's why bringing it here as a discussion item as to whether any interest from the commission, whether we keep as is, we lower, Megan and I discussed and possibly lowering it to a certain amount for those that are not in their home, they've been displaced. We would create a process, a form to complete. We would check, verify with permits that have been obtained. We now have software on our sanitation trucks that we'd be able to verify, confirm, enter the data, where the truck is actually stopping, which addresses are not being occupied and therefore may receive this, we're just calling it a disaster fee or some reduced or lower monthly sanitation fee. It would just be for single-family, multifamily dwellings, not for commercial property. I think as one of you, I think Commissioner Kerr stated, or somebody stated, if you do have a demolition permit, you've applied for one, it's been approved, at that point, we do remove the monthly sanitation fee from the Pinellas County utility bill, I believe, or
The process currently, the way that it works is if they do receive a complete demolition permit,
Right.
there's a lot of confusion that happens.
Full.
Most people have a interior. This has to be a complete tear down. They then call, and that's when we stop the sanitation fees. So as Robin stated, obviously, Helene, we're in unprecedented times. We have a lot of residents that have called that say that they haven't had any services. But unfortunately, with the way that the ordinance is, we can't stop fees unless there is that. So bringing forth this, I've had a lot of really upset residents, and then I've had a lot of residents that understand, and we have two here tonight that are here because I said it's gonna be brought up in the commission meeting. So I'll have an answer, but it wouldn't be able to be implemented until it's read into the second ordinance for the fees and collection manual. So at the attorney's discretion, and I think Robin and I haven't really had a chance to talk about it, but we would possibly set a time limit on this unless they were able to meet the certain criteria. I don't need a house to be completely demoed. I just need the permit to be issued by the city. Once that permit's issued, I then verify it, and then I then stop those services. But as we mentioned earlier, stormwater does not stop. And then the utility tax, which is pretty minimal. I think on most single-family homes, it's a few dollars. So we are open to discussion and how you would like to proceed.
Do we have any public comment?
Of course.
All your meetings go this long? I hope not for your sake.
This is our first meeting, by the way.
Well, first,
Thank you for being here.
Jim and Jane Shiflett from Madeira Beach. Basically, we have 3 properties, and our concern is, but we have 2 of them that we're not living in, one we are still living in. We're trying to cut back some of the cost because there's no revenue now, right? For all of us, so. Oh, okay. So we have 3 properties, like I stated. One we're living in, which was minimal issues with the flooding and stuff, but the other 2 were total losses. We do plan to, we think it's better to tear down and go up. Now's the opportune time to do it. It's going to cost some money. It's going to take some time. And we're looking to save some money. And one of them is the sanitation, if we're not using it at all. Like city manager said, maybe to cut back a little bit. I understand you can't cut all your revenue out, but a little bit would help, you know, especially when we have 2 properties, one being a duplex. So we're getting charged twice on that one. We've already called the county for cutting water, the reclaimed water off. And that's been done. They come out, put a lock on it, and that's it. So that's basically where we're at.
As for, like Megan said, you would like for us to have a demo permit in order to reduce these fees. We're not ready for a demo permit yet. We're thinking about contemplating changing the footprint. So therefore, we can't apply for the demo, is my understanding. If we just wanted to get the permit for the demo, we could do that, but then we can't change the footprint.
We lose the footprint.
We lose the footprint.
Right.
So it's, you know, we're kind of in a bind here. For the bills that we received that were from October 3rd to December 3rd, this is per month for the properties. Just to Madeira Beach, we were paying $149.45. So that's monthly. We're paying about $150 to Madeira Beach for properties that are uninhabitable. And that just, and I understand about the stormwater. So, okay, we'll pay the stormwater, but this is a lot of money. I mean, we're living in a ghost town. On our street, there's maybe 5 houses that there are people living in. The garbage trucks are flying through this community because nobody's here.
Not speeding, but going through.
So,
We
like Yeah.
our garbage guys.
but, you know, and also in the house that we're occupying, and for those 3 months, or for those 2 months, we paid almost $2,000 in water bills because we had to dump our pool 3 times. Dump and refill that pool 3 times. So $2,000 in water bill. I was calling Pinellas Utility to say, what the heck's going on here? So then she explained to me that I needed to call Madeira Beach, which I did. I spoke with Megan about the charges at Madeira Beach. They can't eliminate those charges. Madeira Beach has to eliminate those charges. So that's our situation.
We appreciate if it can be looked into to cut back a little bit. We're not the only ones. I mean, we all know there's a lot of houses out there. And a lot of people are struggling, so.
Well, thank y'all for coming and waiting till the very end of the meeting.
Yeah. Well, it's been a while since we've been to a meeting. Matter of fact, it was the old place. And I've since retired, and I said, let's go and just attend.
We
see
should
how
come more
everybody-
often.
Well, and on the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's website, it's my understanding that with us owning the 3 properties, that we can apply for the 2 properties that have been uninhabitable. So we'll be looking for a refund, and it's for the number of days that we were not in our property, which will be 97 days that those 2 properties were uninhabitable. So, and I don't know what they're going to do futuristically about 2025 with people not being in these houses. So I just wanted to add that too.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commission, any comments?
Thank you.
It looks like the staff recommends that if they meet the criteria of an active interior demolition or remodel permit, that they would qualify for the reduced fee, and I'd be very much in favor of that.
So is the proposal to retroactively reduce the fee to $10 per resident? Or
No, the proposal is once the second ordinance is adopted, we would then, at the call of the residents, and they meet that criteria, starting at that date, to be able to drop that fee down, which depending at where we're at in the billing cycle, it would retroact for that billing cycle. So if it's in the middle, it would only be effective that day to the end of the cycle.
Okay. But there's
You could go back, I mean, that's up to you.
this is near and dear to my heart because I know exactly what you're going through because we're going through the same thing. So they have a home that they plan to demo, or 2 homes, but they're not ready to because, well, they may have a side setback that's smaller than, that's grandfathered in because it's legally non-conforming. So until they get a surveyor out there, they can get an updated survey. They may be talking to their architect, what they want to put there. Do they need to, there's so many variables that you don't want to put the cart before the horse.
This would not only apply to people wanting to demo, this would apply to anyone who their home is inhabitable and they're not living in it. So if my house is flooded and I can't live there and I'm not doing trash, I'm not doing anything, I could apply for this also. And I would get the $10 declared disaster fee per month until my renovation was complete and then I could move back in my house and my trash would pick back up. So it's not specific just to someone who wants to tear their house down.
But the way I understand it, you have to have a demo.
No,
Currently,
not currently.
currently.
But
that's the
what
way
we're talking about doesn't have anything to do with the demo permit. It just happens that they're going to tear theirs down. The declared disaster fee is saying any home that cannot be lived in because of the storm, that you can have your trash service suspended and pay $10 a month until your house is inhabitable again. For 30, or I,
For whatever time you
Right.
would like
Correct.
us to set, and
Right.
that would be part of the, or we have to bring back an ordinance.
right,
And we would, I think a suggestion is to define what the declared disaster is, and then what length of time. For the permits to waive the fees, we kind of defined
right.
that, and then set a time when up until, so this is somewhat similar, but pretty open for the discussion as you're having.
Right, well, so many people haven't been able to live in their homes, but they're paying for a service they're not receiving. Now, that being said, I understand that the city has a certain cost to keep the trucks on the road, which goes to the declared disaster fee. But if you had a substantial damage letter stating that you couldn't live in that home, that you had to do something, or why should you be paying for a service that you don't need? You should, I mean, I think it should start from the time that it should be retroactive. And it should be, you know, okay, whether it's $10 or whatever it is, it should be a discounted number. But I don't think you should have to wait for a phone call or a permit, or if you can't live in the home.
And we would also define, again, through the ordinance, essentially kind of how you would qualify. And I think part of it would be if you're living in a camper and an RV,
Then
you're on the property.
the
So you
property.
would have to be completely displaced from the property, meaning you're not, and I think we discussed, you know, we would go likely and remove the garbage container, the
That-
recycling container
That was going to be my next question.
temporarily. So, yeah, and that's kind of, so we didn't go over every detail. We would come back with you with the specific details to incorporate that, but really getting kind of the ideas from you and the
Right.
discussion.
Yeah, yeah, especially having the cans picked up, because you could show up and they may not be there because somebody wanted your cans. I don't know, maybe theirs went away in the storm.
in the storm, we have delivered, I can tell you, we've delivered over 500 trash cans, replacement trash cans. So while I do understand that there are a lot of people that are displaced, they have then also called and requested trash cans. So we haven't had a way to track pickups until starting Tuesday. We just implemented our new software Tuesday. So with that new software, I can now go into the system. I'm not great at it yet. I'm still figuring it out. But I can suspend or put on hold an address. So someone calls once this is implemented, I then go into the system, I put them on hold, and then the driver knows they don't get picked up. I can also then tell what properties are being picked up. And I can tell you that on the first day, we serviced over 900 properties. So there are still a lot of properties that are being serviced. There are still a lot of properties that are not being serviced. So this is to help the residents who are displaced and who do meet those criteria to be able to drop that fee down to help them out.
I support that, but there has to be a way to do it. Whether it's you apply online, you make a phone call, but people are currently paying, and it's not just the city of Madeira Beach, it's Pinellas County Utilities. It's crazy. They don't, until, I was told, if I might, they cannot shut off your water and sewer, or at least your sewer charges, until you cap your line. But don't cap your line, because if you cap your line and then when you put your new house in, you're going to be charged with an impact fee. So the same lady that was telling me that you needed to cap your line warned me, don't cap your line.
Mhm. There is a lot of miscommunication questions going on between the county and shutting off utilities, and
Yeah. So I asked
I
her.
get a lot of very
so
frustrated.
you want me to have an open sewer line when the house is being built? Oh, no, you can't do that, but don't cap your line. So you have to have a whole definition on cap. I know that's getting off base, but it's the same thing. You're paying for services
Right,
that you're not receiving.
I understand.
Commissioners' comments?
I totally understand what you both are going through, and there's a lot of Madeira Beach residents that also know exactly what you're going through. And if you're a displaced resident and you're not living there, I don't believe you should have to pay anything. But I'm willing to compromise with the $10. I think that would be fine. And to an extent as to where that house is now livable again. So maybe that would include the 36 months, just to make it across the board. And you have that new software now where you can track the houses. And I think that's a great piece of software. But yes, as far as this, I totally agree, $10 or zero, in my opinion. Thank you.
I'm also on board. If they don't use the service, they shouldn't have to pay. And I think it would be selfish of us, and I understand we have bills to pay, but so do they. So I'm in favor of actually, if they don't get the service, why should you get paid? Now, I know you have to compensate somehow for our services. I'm just wondering if FEMA can help with that. I'm not really sure. I'm just putting that statement out there. But no service, I don't think we should charge them.
And we, oh, I'm sorry.
Lost revenue.
We'll add that to the list.
I was going to add, again, the revenue, so just very quickly, if we were to go to the $10, so $29 lost revenue, just rounding. So I think 29 times 12 is a little over $300. We have 300 properties, it's $90,000 for a year. Our budget is about 1.85 million in the sanitation fund for this year, to give you an idea. So it's not it's a lot of money kind of on its own. It's a percentage of the budget for the whole year. Also, we do have a list of every RV camper in the city. So those would likely not be eligible because they should still be generating trash and using the container, which I think they have been. The street on 143rd, we're the only ones using, so I know the other properties for the last X months, no one I think has put it out periodically, but the other, nothing, because there has not been a single person living in, and there are multiple addresses, obviously, throughout the city. We would come up with a total list, determine what the lost revenue, but better, we need to define how that would be. And so if there's some interest in doing that, we will work to do that, obviously run through legal and come back with a proposed ordinance for a first reading.
I would be in favor of that. Next item on the agenda is Public Works Satellite Building Department Design.
Hello again. So what I bring before you is what we've been talking about for a very long time. Hi, thank you. We have had a public works building in the budget for quite some years. We've gone back and forth and tried looking at purchasing different properties. That hasn't followed through. So we have met with Pannoni, and we are proposing to build a very simple building. The office area I'm proposing to put a second story on that to obviously alleviate flooding, because we did flood over at the Public Works yard, as well as most but the building size would be approximately 135 feet by 55 feet wide. That would house the Public Works Department, and also the mechanic, and then have a satellite office for the building department. This would bring the mechanic, who is over off of 94th Avenue. Yes, I almost got that wrong. And bring him back onto the island, which would make it a lot more convenient for us because all of our equipment, except for the garbage trucks, live on the island. So it makes it a little bit difficult if we have an issue with the backhoe or any of that. He has to pack everything up and come over. So we would have, I kind of already have a preliminary drawing that we've been working on for quite some time. But I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. I think I included kind of I included his proposal, and I don't recall if I included the site area.
You did.
Okay, perfect. So you'll see basically the outline of our current area, and then the smaller would be the building size.
There is no one here for public comment, so commissions. Oh, he doesn't count.
Based on the detailed plans here, I would support moving forward with this.
I forgot to mention something, I'm sorry.
Oh, what?
I
Okay, then I'll
forgot to
take it back.
mention that we are also proposing to put in some training facilities for the fire department. I had met with the fire department, and they asked if there was any way we could preliminary attempt to put a stairwell, which I'm already planning to do, and put a dry standpipe in there for them to do training. I have no problem doing that. And then kind of a standalone open facility for them to do training. So as long as it's feasible and there's enough area for it, we plan on including that as well.
Okay, I support it again.
Thank you.
Yes. Commissioner?
It would break my heart to see this go in there. What's it, $1.5 million for the building? And we throw away the marina. It'll be Public Works forever.
But it's always been Public Works.
Doesn't always have to be.
There's no other place.
We need to find you in someplace else to go.
Can't wait forever.
I can't support it. Sorry.
Okay.
Commissioners?
I think it's a great idea, and I'm in favor for it.
I'm also in favor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is recreation. Recreation has nothing. Does anyone have anything before we adjourn?
Yes, if I may, just real quick, I'd like to make a couple of recommendations. Our Senator Nick DeSegli was here. He's really amazing, and he's helped us quite a bit. And also Linda Cheney, our state representative. We have just two awesome legislators in our area that really just, they have our back. I would like to recommend to possibly give them the key to the city to them in whatever fashion. If they are here, that would be nice, but if not, we can give it to their aide. So that's one item that I wanted to recommend, and maybe we can put that on the agenda for next public hearing. And also the other thing, Muriel. You know, I've been in downtown St. Pete, I've been in some of the other places, and they just have this beautiful walls that people just go there and take pictures, and they enjoy it. And I was thinking if we can have two of those, one near the city hall someplace in here, and maybe one in John's Pass, where people can go and take pictures and may say, welcome to Madeira Beach, you know, something like that, that people go there and take pictures, and it just markets our city in a way that people enjoy. Just love to, you know, just put that also on the agenda. That's all. Thank you.
It is 10:43 and we are adjourned.